Morning. Hope everyone's doing okay. Alright. New day, new patch. I'm going to be playing around on my hybrid here that I created last night. He's a Wind Fury hybrid, so I could show my spec real quick. And I'm not sure if it's the best one because it's all brand new. I'm kind of messing around. I maxed out Cyclone Armor, Twister, Tornado, and Hurricane. I put 16 points into Werewolf, 1 into all of these others. Which I'm not sure if that's the best way. I could do more damage by putting it into Fury. But I got a lot more attack rating and attack speed from Wolf, and I feel like attack rating is an issue in this build, so I put more into Wolf, but I can test more on this. And for summoning, I just put 1 point into each of these 5. And I'm not even sure if I want to do that much, because I feel like they just kind of meh. The bear tanks. The oak just dies all the time, so I'm not sure if I want to keep it that way. Alright, so I want to test out a bunch of weapon setups. Hey Merlin. Morning. There's a bunch of different weapon setups I want to try out. So I have this Breath of the Dying. I have a Tomb Reaver that I just happened to find yesterday with 3 sockets. It's not F, but it's okay. It has 75 MF. I have this yellow Thunder Maul that just does bonkers damage. I have a Cranium Basher, a Windhammer, Grief, Schaefer's, Reaper's Toll, and this Doom. So there's a lot of cool weapons that I can mess around with. I did a little bit of testing yesterday. I didn't figure out which one was the best. They all seem very close. Yeah, this is a hybrid Hurricane Wolf. So I can show you kind of how it looks here. I'm kind of testing my times. I'm just doing chaos runs and testing my times to see if I could find one that's better than the others, but so far they've all been pretty similar. I tested out the Doom, the Reaper, and the BOTD, and they were all roughly around 2 minutes and 38 seconds for a chaos run. But I'll keep doing them and see if it's consistent. There's a lot of setup here. So my gear, Breath of the Dying, for now. I got a Jalal's, High Lords, Enigma. I don't actually have a Rib Cracker. I want to test a Rib Cracker too. I don't know if it's going to beat these other ones, but I'll try. I'm assuming it's going to be similar, but we'll see. Laying of Hands, Ravenfrost, Arachnids, SOJ, and some Gore Riders. Charms, I do a lot of MF charms because I want it to be like a realistic build. I don't want to have no MF when I know I'm a MFer. It's not upped? Okay. Yeah, I can give it a test. I have a Geeds, I have a few elemental skillers in here, so. What I'll do is I'll start the timer as soon as I talk to Hadriel. That's how I kind of time myself. And I don't kill all the Chaos Sanctuary, but I kill most of it. It's not an exact science here. Okay, so I shout. I get my summons. All of them. Not that they do a whole lot. It is a kind of difficult build to play because I actually have a stronger Hurricane when I have my Call to Arms and Spirit out. So what I'll do is when I'm refreshing my Hurricane, I'll swap and then I'll use it and I'll swap back. But it's not too shabby. I got kind of used to it after just a few playthroughs. Alright, here we go. Talk to him and then start the timer. Alright, got it. So what I like to do is teleport past these guys. And then when I get around here, I flop. And then let's kill them. So I have pretty good Hurricane damage. And I also do pretty good Fury damage. Hey T-Smooth, I will do a stretch. After this run, I am timing myself, so I don't want to stop to stretch. But after I'm done with it, I will. I will hydrate though. I may forget. I'll try to remember. I'm doing a bunch of different weapon testing on this character. Hey, Devil Dude. Welcome in. I'm going to try out a variety of different weapons to see which one kind of performs the best. I did a few runs yesterday, but my results were kind of inconclusive because everything seems so similar. I couldn't get a good solid idea of which one was the best. This run I'm testing the Breath of the Dying. You can see all these novas coming out. Cat treat. I'll see if I can get a cat to come up here after this run. Since I'm doing timed runs, I'll wait till I'm done with the run to stretch and grab these cat treats. Welcome, Cosmic. You can see I'm pretty fast. This is players 1, but that's fine. I'm doing all my testing at players 1 because it's kind of realistic here. Sometimes I've noticed since the patch, when you hit this seal, they spawn like right next to the seal, so heads up. Don't want to get bamboozled. Alright, let's keep on going. I think I'm playing faster than I was last night, or this is just a less dense Chaos Sanctuary. Oh, gotta make sure I got my Hurricane up. It does significant damage. A significant portion of my AoE comes from that Hurricane. And I'll kind of show y'all what the damage looks like Hurricane only and Fury only, just so you can have an idea of what I'm actually doing here. I wish I had like an F Tomb Reaver test. I don't though. Happy Friday indeed. Alright. Then if I want, I could bring everybody here. Replay my shouts. Alright. And stop. That was 2 minutes and 57 seconds. I found a Reaper's Toll. Don't need it. I don't know if anyone else wants a Reaper's Toll. It's not at or anything. See how it rolled. It rolled okay. Could have been better. I'm assuming nobody wants this. Yeah, 2 minutes 57 seconds. Pretty quick. So just to show you kind of my damage here. My Fury is doing 3 to 8.7k. Although a lot of the time I think it's actually better for me to use Feral Rage, because my Hurricane will kill most trash, so I find it's better to focus down the cold immunes with Feral Rage while my Hurricane kills the rest. So you can see my Hurricane will do 2.1 to 2.2k, which is not too shabby for AoE. That was 257. Yesterday I was able to get this time to 235 and 226. I'm a little bit more tired than I was yesterday. So I'll just keep adding to my times here, and then I'll take a good average at the end. Oh, and now I gotta stretch and do a cat treat if I could find a cat. There may not be a cat nearby. Ugh, there we go. There we are. Is there any cats? I don't see any cats, but maybe if I whip out these treats. Alright. Kitties, are you anywhere nearby? They may be downstairs. Royal's downstairs, so they could be hanging out with her, is my guess. Alright, may have to do a cat treat later. They're not showing up. Royal's actually, she doesn't even have to work today, so that's pretty cool. Don't see any cats? Oh, well then I don't know where they're at. They're just hiding. Here, I'll refund your cat points. I'll feed a cat later whenever they come back. Yeah, I'll try that rib cracker. If anyone has like an F rib cracker to try, that'd be cool too. I can't imagine the Ribcracker being as good if it's not Eth. But we'll see. So I found most of the items are very similar. Did they change the font here? It looks different. I don't know what it is, but it looks like Kibu 2 there looks different to me, and I'm not sure why. They did. Okay, I'm not crazy. Good. Excellent. Good. Good. Alright, let me put this BOTD in my stash. I also have this Nosferatu's Coil, which might be better than a Rex for the attack speed. I'm thinking it probably is. But for consistent testing, I will try it without doing that. Okay, so this time we'll try a regular Ribcracker, not upped or anything like that. Okay, I'll do the same timer. I'll start the timer as soon as I kill Hadriel. Oh, I forgot to refund your points real quick. Hold up. Before I forget, let me do that. Just gotta hop on my little mod thingy-majigger so I can refund the points. Alright, rewards, quest, cat treat. There you go, you got your points back whenever the cats show up later. Yeah, players one is, thank you. Okay, so get my summons down. There's a lot of setup here, but after you get the hang of it, it doesn't take that long. I typically just do these summons once, and if they die, they die. I don't re-summon them. Okay, let's talk to Hadriel and then start the timer. Okay, let's do this. This time with a Ribcracker. See if it's any better than the Breath of the Dying. I feel like it won't be, but it could be. There is a lot of variability in Chaos runs because density can change. Like at one point I ran a run in like 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And then another one I ran, it took me like 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So that's why I'm trying to do multiple runs here. Cheaper for sure. I can tell that this feels slower. Right off the bat. It does attack faster, but each hit does less. It takes me like 3 hits to kill these guys. I'm assuming this is going to be a slower run. But we'll find out. I could be wrong. Yeah, if it was upped with a Shale Rune, that may change things. Or even, if we really wanted to get pricey, it could be better. It could be more than a Shale Rune. We'd have to look at the. We may not need the Shale Rune anymore since we can get attack speed elsewhere. Maybe better with like ignores target defense, like a Jaw Rune or something. Oh, gotta get that. I'm not going to grab that shrine, that's cheating. For my testing purposes, I don't want that. Mesh boots, okay, I'll have to come back and grab those mesh boots. 50% chance I forget, but that's okay. I don't have to kill everybody, but I do want to kill all the uniques that I see at least. And most of these guys. And I do have a pretty nice Cyclone armor too, so this build's pretty tanky. My Cyclone armor is like 2k damage absorption, so that's a nice benefit of this hybrid wolf wind thing going on here. Get back here to Sice. Alright, keep on moving. Alright, we're at 2.5 minutes, so it looks like it's definitely slower than the Breath of the Dying. From this one run at least. I probably won't do a ton of runs with this one, because I'm pretty clearly I could tell it's slower. Much cheaper, yes. I was actually kind of surprised at how effective the wind hammer was, though. I'll show you that one. It's for how budget it is, it's quite effective, and I'm not even like spec'd for the wind hammer. I feel like I can, what's it called? Spec, like put Arctic points into Arctic Blast or whatever, and then the wind hammer might be really good. Hey, Milk Door, how's it going? Thanks for the gifted subs, appreciate that. It's a great way to start the day. I'm doing a bunch of weapon testing today on this hybrid Wind Fury Druid. Alright, so that was 3 minutes and 26 seconds, so a solid minute longer than the Breath of the Dying. So let me add that. A whole minute's quite a bit. It's pretty significant. So let me put that 3 minutes 26 seconds. So far I'm liking it. I'm trying so many different weapon combinations to try to find the best one, but a lot of them seem really similar. Alright, let me go back and give you your rib cracker back. Thanks for letting me test it. If anyone has like an F up one or something to test, that'd be cool too. So next I will show the Doom. This is a pretty cool one. I made this, and I kind of think I made a mistake with this one because I put it in a perfect 15% enhanced damage base, and I forgot it cost a lot to repair. So I think I messed up there. I should have just used a regular base. It cost me like 350k to repair this thing, but that's okay. I'm only going to be using it for a few weeks. I did try Grief, and not a Spirit Shield. I used Grief and a Phoenix, because the Phoenix gives me like 386 ED. Yeah, I can use well, not an all, I can use an Ort rune to repair it. Weapons take Orts, and that is how I'll typically repair it if I have the Ort rune on me. It is still an inconvenience though, for sure. Alright, let me make a new game so I can test this one. So I found Doom is actually quite an interesting weapon here. So let me show you what this does. The Holy Freeze Aura is just kind of for funsies. The Volcano on striking just makes things look really cool. Plus 2 to all skills is actually useful here. It helps a lot of stuff. Attack speed, of course, is important. It rolled really well on ED. It rolls up to 370. This has 374 because it had a 15% ED on it, so it actually rolled like 359. It rolls 40 to 60 enemy cold resistance, so this thing rolled perfect on the cold res, which is great because that's the main reason I wanted it. It has deadly strike and open wounds, so pretty solid for what this build is going for, right? Because I'm going for hurricane damage and also melee. So on top of that, I actually found I don't need leech. Well, I wish I had my BK ring. I have a BK ring somewhere, but I can't find it. I lost it. It's got to be on one of my characters, and I was hunting it down, but I couldn't find it. No matter. I don't need mana leech because Jalal's gives me 5 mana after kill, and Fury only costs 4 mana, so I never really run out. I find myself not running out of life either, even without life leech, just because I have Feral Rage. So it's not really a huge thing. I could use the plus skills here and not run into any problems. Hey, hello, how's it going? Yeah, usually we're using it to repair armors, right? Alright, so I found the cool thing about the Doom is the hurricane damage is like a lot higher. It's noticeably higher. So if I was doing something like Pits, I think this might be one of my favorites. But I do get similar clear times regardless from this and the Breath of the Dying, so I'll show y'all. Let me go ahead and get my setup here. You can see my damage is, I'll show my damage after the run so I can do all this. No ravens? Nah, I'm not a summoner, so ravens, they do 56 damage. It's not worth. And they only last 27 hits, so it's inconvenient for sure. Alright, so I'll talk to him. start the timer, and let's go. We're off. Teleport, teleport, teleport. Then I get here. Alright, now I got my Doom out. You'll see most of these guys will just die to the hurricane. So I try to focus the cold immunes. I find using Feral Rage on the cold immunes tends to be faster than using Fury on everybody. Unless there are no cold immunes, then I'll go ahead and use Fury. Decrepify is quite annoying on this build. I won't deny that one. And it's a pretty big group. I'll stop and kill them. They did. I was really happy, but there's a lot of really nice changes I wasn't expecting them to add. They made it to where you can use like melee, not on right click, and you don't have to spam it anymore. Like for my Feral Rage here, a physical immune of course, it's going to slow me down. I could hold D down, and it will attack anybody that I put my cursor over, which means I can play like a Zealer now without spamming the buttons. So that's huge quality of life for my wrists on a Zealer and whatnot. I was pretty excited that they did that. I can hole punch it, yeah. This isn't the greatest of laws though, it's just one that I happened to stumble upon. If I find a better one, I probably will. Well, maybe. We're almost to ladder, so pretty much everything I do to a ladder is going to be for testing for ladder. I do have to remember to keep my hurricane up because it is a huge portion of my damage. Run, run, run. I didn't test out all the new areas and stuff yet. I just been focused on trying to figure out the best weapon for this guy. Hey Alex3, your IAS broke for Barb. You're capped at 7. Hold on, give me a sec. Let me kill these guys, then I'll read it. Ort rune, I'll take that for repairing my weapon. Never pass up an Ort rune now. Alright. And my bodyguard is using an Infinity. I also tried this with a Reaper's Toll, and it didn't seem as fast as Infinity was. Alright, that was 2 minutes and 41 seconds. So it was about 3 seconds longer than it was with the Breath of the Dying. But that's a margin of error, right? That's like nothing. Okay. Your IAS broke. For Barb, after patch, your Breath of the Dying, 60 IAS, Grief, 33 IAS, and Bramble. Wait, what? Bramble? You're using Bramble on your Barb? It's a little weird. Oh, Laying of Hands. Gotcha. I've never heard those referred to as Bramble. That tricked me for a second. Gotcha. Okay. So 93. Capped at 73, huh? I wonder if it's just like a visual bug, or do you feel like you're attacking slower? I haven't tried on my Barb yet. Thinking with this type of build, but with Armageddon? Yeah, you could do Armageddon as well. They both are very solid choices. I think I prefer Wind just because you get the Cyclone armor, and Hurricane's very consistent. Just the character sheet. I don't know. Guess I'll have to do more testing to see if that's a bug or something. Merlin has 87 IAS. Let me count mine. I have... Did I miss it? Where's my IAS? 85. Which I get 20, 40... and 45. Yeah, for me it's adding up. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bug or something. 241 is 6 seconds faster than FOH Pally. Keep in mind, we're all getting used to these builds, right? The longer you play something, the better you get at it, and the faster these times will get. That's why I'm taking all these times with a grain of salt. So let me add 241 to my Doom. That was actually the slowest time I had. I've done 3 runs now. The first ones were 238 and then 237. So they were both very close, and this one was 241. So I'm getting pretty consistent timings on this Doom, right around the 2-minute 40 mark. Am I still using LE skillers? I am using LE skillers. I have 3 LE skillers. I'm using a bunch of MF as well because, you know, at the end of the day, I'm magic finding, so I want it to be a realistic build for me. So I am using magic find, and he has a Geed's charm. I feel like the LE does a bit more here because I have all these LE skills, but mostly Hurricane and Cyclone Armor, versus I have 16 points into Werewolf. The main thing I need I'm lacking, I think, is attack rating, not really damage from a physical standpoint. So that's why I feel like the I don't know. Maybe I have shapeshifting ones I could try too. Okay, let me go ahead and make a new one. I'll try at the other weapon just so you could see. And I'll try different builds too, but I want to figure out which weapon is best here. Heart of the Wolverine versus Oak Sage. I think they're both kind of a waste of time, to be honest. It dies instantly. I only put one into Oak Sage, but after it dies, I don't even bother resurrecting it half the time because it dies so quick. If you can't put a bunch of points into it, it has 294 HP. I think these points in summoning may have just been wasted, to be honest. If I respec, I'll probably want to try it without them. I think those 5 points would be better off in Werewolf and Fury. I think. Alright, so there's the Doom. Next, I'll show the Reaper's Toll, which I assumed Reaper's Toll was going to win by a good margin. I was surprised when it was kind of similar to the rest of them. Which, based off these numbers that I'm seeing, it's kind of a good thing, right? All these weapons are kind of flexible. You can really choose whichever one you want. They're all very similar in terms of clear speed. They just kind of do different things. So the Doom will do better AoE. Reaper's Toll is going to do more physical, and it's going to be way safer because it got to Decrepify and the Lifesteal. Ignores target defense is pretty big. So let's go ahead and try out Reaper's Toll here. You can see my bodyguard here. G-Face, Infinity, Fortitude. Definitely not a budget setup for him, but this probably could be a budget setup. And it probably worked just fine. His normal aura is Might. Depending on my weapon, I may swap that out to Blessed Aim, now that I think about it. With the Reaper's Toll, I'd probably prefer Might. But with like a Doom, maybe Blessed Aim. It's a good point. I had to think about that. I also am not the most efficiently built here because I wanted to test multiple weapons, so I had to put more into strength and stuff than I usually would. I put a whole bunch into strength because I wanted to test out like Cranium Basher and stuff like that, so I'll have to respec eventually. Yeah, the 98 Deadly Strike is also very nice. So Reaper's Toll has a lot of perks. But I was surprised, so I'll show you here my times. I feel like the time with the Reaper's Toll is very similar to the last few weapons. The Breath of the Dying and the Doom. I had similar timings with all of them, so I'll show you here. I'll start the timer as soon as I talk to Hadriel here. Alright. Let's check out the Reaper's Toll next. At the Reaper's Toll, almost perfect Reaper's Toll, by the way. And it has a Zodron in it. So, you can see my physical damage is definitely higher. But my Hurricane damage is less. So now, like with the Doom, I could just walk by these, the Ghost and the Doom Knights, and they usually just get popped by the Hurricane after like 1 or 2 ticks. With the Reaper's Toll, I have to give them a few smacks. But I am also way tankier. And you see my my Oak Sage already died. Whatever. I think the Oak Sage was a wasted point. He dies so fast, I don't bother to resummon him each time. I do have to remember to keep up my shield. Or not shield. Well, yeah, shield too. But Hurricane. I was planning on playing hybrid Summoner Wolf for ladder. I'm playing with the hybrid Hurricane Wolf for now just to see how it feels. I feel like the Hurricane Wolf is going to be a more expensive version. I feel like the Summoner Wolf you could probably get by on a much more budget because summons are kind of strong even without a bunch of good stuff. But Hurricane not so much. You need quite a few skill points to kind of make this viable, I think. And since this is all online, if I find a Grail item, that would be pretty cool. Okay, yeah, the size seems to be spawning at really weird places. That's not the first time I've seen him spawn in a weird spot, so be safe out there. Sometimes I'll resummon the spirit for fun, because I'm on my way somewhere. Sometimes I'll have a run that's oddly fast. I think it's just RNG with the density and whatnot. So if I see a weird one like that, I keep it up. I don't have an Eth Windhammer to test this. I would love to. I have a regular Windhammer, and it's actually surprisingly effective. I'll show that one next. It's impressively effective, I think. Alright, and we'll kill Diablo here. Alright, so that was 2 minutes and 51 seconds. So that was actually 12 seconds longer than the Doom was. But I know the last two runs I used, they were roughly the same time. So there's a little bit of RNG involved here. The last two I ran were 238 and 227. Hey, iFormat. If you want a Spirit Shield, does it matter if you use a basic Kite Shield? You can't make a Spirit Shield and a Kite Shield because they can't roll 4 sockets. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter. But if you could, there wouldn't be a difference. But since you can't, you have to use the Monarch version. Hey, T-Smooth. Thanks for the Grail item luck, hopefully. So, yeah, so that was actually slower. I don't have a Beast. Beast, I'm not sure if I'd want to even use it on this character. It'd be good for a summoner variant, but my summons hardly do anything except meat shield. My bear does some damage, but my other ones are kind of just for fun to look at. They hardly do anything. In fact, when I respec, I don't think I'm gonna put anything into the summon tree at all. So if we were basing this off of just one run, you would assume the Reaper's Toll was actually weaker than Doom. But I know I've done 3 runs already, and the other 2 runs were faster than that. So they all feel very similar to me. The Dragon Shield, can it also roll 4 sockets? Nope, it gets only 3. It has to be a Monarch, basically. If you're not a Paladin, the only shields that can roll 4 sockets is a Monarch and a Ward shield, but a Ward has even higher strength requirement, so you're going to want to go for that Monarch. Alright, next I'll show you all the Windhammer, which actually kind of surprised me. I thought this was going to be weaker, but it's surprisingly effective. Basically like my LA Druid, except no tornado and shapeshifting instead. Yeah, and I changed a lot of gear out. Like I wouldn't use Laying of Hands on my LA Druid, and I need the Ravenfrost here. I'm using Arachnid's Mesh, although I feel like maybe I shouldn't be. I think maybe Nosferatu's would be better. Yeah, no problem. And I'm using Gore Riders because I wanted some sort of crushing blow in Shalal. So a lot of my gear has changed, almost all of it, in fact. If he's a Paladin, you could use almost all Paladin shields can be 4 sockets. And if you're a Paladin, you for sure want to stick with a Pally shield because you get the res. Alright, so let me show you the Windhammer. The difference between the Windhammer, first off, you see the 2-handed damage much lower, but it's very fast. And you get the Twister, which is, keep in mind, it's only a level 22 Twister, but it's synergized because it gets a synergy from Tornado and Hurricane, which I already have maxed out, so it's not bad. I'm doing different weapons, Red Eye. Each run I'm doing a different one. I already tested Doom out. I tested an Eth Reaper's Toll. And I tested Breath of the Dying. And all three of them seem to have very comparable clear speeds. Just in a different way. Like the Doom has the best AoE. Reaper's Toll is probably the safest feeling. No, Breath of the Dying and Reaper's Toll feel very, very similar in terms of safety, actually. Windhammer, you would think would be the worst out of those three, but let's test it and find out. Does the Synerger go with the Carrion Wind too? I'm not using a Carrion Wind. Maybe. I have to look at it to find out. Thanks for the follow, Sabal. What does Carrion Wind even give? I can't remember. I have one in my stash. Is it worth using? Oh, level 13 Twister. Gotcha. Yeah, it should work with this too. Except it's only level 13, so that wouldn't be as useful, I wouldn't think. It's a pretty big difference in levels. Maybe, I don't know. I'm no scientist. Alright, let's figure this out. Do some shouts. Get over here. Kasim. Okay, there we go. Summon my guys, just for them to be pretty. They don't actually help much. If you want to make a spirit shield, you shouldn't go for Monarch, but instead shields like lower cross shield and sacred charge. Yes. If you are a paladin, absolutely. If you're not a paladin, that's not an option. But if you are, then yes. The best shield is the sacred charge. Kuras shield is also very good. But when you're leveling up, you can use basically any shield, and you'll be fine. Alright, I'll start the timer as soon as I talk to Hadriel here. Here we go. Teleport through. This is with a Windhammer, which I at first assumed would be way slower than everything else. But it's actually kind of impressive. Like, if you found a Windhammer leveling up, you could definitely make this work. And you get these cool twisters that actually stun. So you see, the minions are stunned. So it's actually pretty safe. You found a Kuras shield? Well, it does need the 4 sockets as well. Although you can use Larzik quest to get 4 sockets in a lot of them, so. You really want to aim for one with a high resistances. For your first one, you don't care so much, but at the end of the day, you want to find, they can go up to 45 all res on those Kuras shields, sacred charges and stuff. So if you could find one with 45 or 40 plus all res, then you're going to be in a much better spot. I do got to remember to use my Hurricane. Yeah, the stun's really cool. I actually want to try this build, maxing out Arctic Blast, so the stun will be super long. I think it'd be really funny. Is there a recipe for adding or rolling sockets on gray items? You can't, not on gray items, but like on white items, yes. I would recommend using Larzik, but if you're out of Larzik, there is a recipe you could use to get a random number of sockets. So you're not guaranteed to get your 4 sockets. You could get 1 socket if you're unlucky. So that's why I'd recommend using Larzik for your first ones. And the recipe is, actually I don't even remember the recipe. I've never actually used the recipe on a shield, I don't think. I usually just use it on weapons. Get out of here, Doom Knights. Hopefully I can find a grail item while testing. That would be really cool. I think my favorite setup so far that I tested was Doom, just for style points. They all seem to be very similar in terms of speed, but Doom has the best style points. Because who uses Doom? Not many people. Although Windhammer is pretty funny, like, I can't believe how well this is working with Windhammer. Dead. Okay, 2 minutes and 51 seconds, which is the exact same time the Eth Reaper's Toll just did. So Can't explain that, right? Let me see. So my Windhammer, 2 minutes, 51 seconds. And that's for a super cheap Windhammer, and it did the same time. I finished it in the exact same time as if I was using my F-Reaper's Toll. Yeah, like imagine an F1, right? Or an F1 with like a socket in it. Although I'm not sure it would make a huge difference, because I feel like these weapons are hardly making a difference depending on which one I use. I think the weapon isn't even super critical compared to like a lot of other melee classes where the weapon is the end-all be-all, right? What's the best base to put a Doom in for this build? I'm actually not positive. I'm torn between a few. So the one I used was a Great Poleaxe. But since they made a change, I wasn't expecting to do this. Now you can actually block while you're attacking as anybody, and it won't interrupt your attacking. So before, you didn't want to use a shield on a Fury Druid because it would keep interrupting you. Now, however, you can use a shield. So I really want to try out like a Doom Berserker Axe with like a Phoenix shield. I think that may be even better. But I can't afford to be making like 3 Dooms over here, you know. Maybe I could use Hero Editor and get it done. I really want to try it though. Grief is now viable. In fact, I'll show you Grief next. Also, I have Schaefer's Hammer. I'll show you that for funsies. And I have this yellow Thundermaw. Oh. I have this yellow Thundermaw here too, which is pretty cool. Yellow Thundermaw, Cranium Basher. You could really use like any of these weapons. So let me show you a Grief real quick. I'll use Grief paired with a Phoenix. The Phoenix gives me 386 enhanced damage. So I think it's probably the best shield to use. I can't think of a better one really. But like, there could be a better one, I just can't think of it. But I feel like Phoenix is your best bet. So let me go ahead and make a new one, and I'll show you the Grief. Alright, so Grief, and this is a pretty good Grief. 35 attack speed, 399 damage. Fortitude will be good, but if I do Fortitude, I won't have any MF. I'm at 251. If I get rid of my Grief, or I mean my Enigma, that's too low for comfort. Also, I couldn't teleport. And I would move slower. And I would lose +2 to skills. So I'm actually not sure if it's even better. Like, it would be better for physical damage, but I would lose a lot of elemental damage, plus there's all this stuff. I can't imagine it would be better. And the 14 life after each kill is also keeping me alive a lot of the time, because I didn't have any life leech at all. Except for my Feral Rage. It's tough. But I do have a Fortitude. I could try that as well to see how it feels. If I do Fortitude, I'll probably not do Chaos. I would do something like Trav, you know? Okay. Get my summons. And this is Grief, which typically, historically, Grief has always been the best. Test out some of the new mob density? I do want to. I will in a little bit, I think. You notice you lose 1k damage wearing Enigma Overfort? And that's for physical damage, right? It's not even including my wind. Although 1k seems a little bit low. I think it depends how much damage you do. The procs plus Holy... What does Dragon Shield proc? I think the Holy Fire without synergies or anything else, just level 15, probably would do like no damage at all. But the Hydras, at least it would look cool. And Venom. I do get level 22 Firestorm proc on this, which would actually be, like if I was doing an Armageddon variant of this, 22 Firestorm, which would be synergized with Molten Boulder and Fissure. That sounds pretty baller to me. Like, I think a Phoenix plus something hybrid Armageddon would be very good as well. I want to try that as well. We'll see. Maybe not today, but I want to take my time and do this, get a good answer before I decide what I'm going to do for sure, you know. Okay, talk to Hadro. There we go. And we're off, this time with a grief. Melee damage seems really well with the grief, of course. As you would expect, grief does shred people. Grief always feels nice. The aura on the Phoenix Redemption, I don't believe it adds any damage. It just gives you crazy sustain. Oh, dragon. The Holy Fire aura, it might give you a very minuscule amount. But it'd only be a level 15 Holy Fire with no synergies. We could plug that into a calculator to see how much it is, but I'm sure it's like less than 500. And it's fire, which is like the least one. Isn't it best to use Ripcracker? It used to be. I don't know if it is anymore. I can't imagine Obedience being better than all these other ones I'm trying. So far, I've tried Doom, Breath of the Dying, and a Great Poleaxe. I've tried Eth, Reaper's Toll, and a Windhammer, and they've all been kind of similar. I don't have a non-Eth Obedience, although I guess I could use my Eth Obedience. The problem is the Obedience is kind of slow. I don't know if it will be able to compete with these other ones. The reason I'm using Grief, so used to be you wouldn't want to use Grief, and you would want to use Eth Ripcracker, because you got all of your attack speed from your weapon. But that's not true anymore. So now you can open up all these different, I thought they fixed this. Okay, I'm going to have to subtract like 2 seconds off my time for the seal shenanigans there. But now that you don't have to worry about only weapon attack speed, you can use something like Grief. And another thing they changed, Diablo, is they made it to where when you block something, it doesn't actually interrupt your attacks, which is a huge deal. You used to never want to use a shield on a Fury Druid, but now you can. So if you want to play like hardcore Fury Druid and use a Storm Shield, you're going to be like super tanky. And I'm using a Phoenix Shield for more damage, but I'm not on hardcore, so. Fire Druid should be quite strong. I only tested it on the PTR, but it should be quite strong. And I think, oh, I forgot my Hurricane. That probably slowed me down a bit. Alright, Diablo. Okay, that was 2 minutes and 58 seconds. So that actually was a little bit slower than the last few choices. Let me add that to my little list. 2:58. So compared to the other ones, I was able to get around 2 minutes and 40 seconds using the Doom and the Eth Reaper's Toll. Wolf Barb should be able to use a shield now. Yeah, I think so. I want to test out Wolf Barb too. Probably not today, but I will test them out a different day. I'm very interested in the Wolf Barb. Should be very fun. Hey, Scoop Mama. Okay, so Grief seems a little bit slower. Does Fade Wolf work with Wolf now? Did it not before? I would assume it works. I don't know why it wouldn't. I assumed it worked before too. I didn't know that there was any issues with it. Yeah, I don't see why it wouldn't work. It should work just fine. Like, I can go put on a Treachery and proc it real quick if you want to check. Oh, just kidding. I can't. My Treachery is a Sacred Armor. I don't have the strength for that. Okay. What do we want to test next? Chafers? So, Chafers. Usually nobody uses Chafers, but for funsies, let's try it out. It has a static field, so my logic for Chafers is my Hurricane will finish off people that get staticked. And it also has a lot of attack rating, which is cool, so we'll try it out. I feel like I'm having more damage with the two-handed weapons, but a shield is always going to be tankier, so we'll see. Well, not always, but most of the time. If you max block, which I don't right now, but I totally could if I wanted to. It is a 20%, yep, 20% chance to proc static field, so it's definitely noticeable. I wish it could roll I wish it could roll ethereal. It can't, but that would be really cool. I think if I'm going to do a cow run, I feel like Doom is going to be the best for sure, because the Hurricane should just smash everybody. I could do a cow run just to test it. I know I said I'd never do cow runs again, but this is for testing purposes, so I'll allow it. Okay. Talk to Hadriel. Start the timer. Here we go. Okay. Let's get them. So this is using a, what was I using? I already forgot what I used. Oh, Schaefer's. Gotcha. Okay. So you'll see some statics. Yeah, you see they just got zapped. If you can't afford a Phoenix Shield, I would use one of the budget two-handed weapons, like Windhammer. Windhammer is super budget, and I cleared it using a Windhammer in the exact same time that I cleared using an Eth Reaper's Toll. That was only one run, so I would need more testing to get like an average time, but that's pretty significant, right? Like and it wasn't even, it's like not an Eth Windhammer or anything. It was just a regular one with no sockets in it, and I still plowed through this place like it was no big deal. On players 1, of course. Although I have a hunch this will work even on higher players' difficulties, just because it's so powerful. And Chaos Sanctuary probably isn't even the best spot to go. I'm just going here for consistency's sake, but I'll be farming like Arachnid's Lair, Pits, stuff like that. Alright. And I have a ton of points into Strength and Dexterity because I wanted to be able to equip everything. If I'd finally decide on a weapon, then I would min-max it, right? And I would have a lot more, whatever I decided I needed. But I have so much life, despite putting so much points into Strength and Dex, that I don't even think you gotta put a bunch in life. You could probably max out your, like, Dexterity for max block or more attack rating. I gotta remember to go grab that jewel after the run is over. I love that I could just hold my D down and it will hit these guys now. I don't have to spam it. Super nice quality of life stuff. Also, I saw the changes to Barb and I was super happy yesterday. They fixed the whirlwind lock, and y'all know I love my Barb, so. And they fixed the mana burn. I didn't see that coming. That caught me off guard for sure. 4-piece IK on Fury? Yeah, that sounds like it'd probably be pretty good. I didn't try out the IK weapon, but I'm assuming it's decent. Alright, and... dead. Okay, that was 2 minutes and 53 seconds, so that was a little bit slower than the Grief. But still pretty cool, right? Like, a Schaefer's is just a little bit slower than the Grief was. That's pretty neat, I think. Like, when do you use a Schaefer's? Never. Alright, which weapon do we want to try next? I wish I had an Eth Tomb Reaver. I found this one yesterday while I was doing testing, which I thought was pretty funny. What happened is, it actually did noticeably less damage, but it has 75 MF on it, so I'm still, like, if I found an Eth one, I'd still probably want to rock it, because I like MF. So even if it slows me down, like, 10 seconds, if I can get an extra 75 MF, I'll probably take that hit, you know? Alright, I have this really fun yellow weapon that just does a bonkers amount of damage. The jewel! Good call. If it's the best jewel ever, then you saved me from losing a jewel. My memory's too bad to leave stuff behind. Level 6, 10% ED, 2 max, 4 energy. Seems okay for level 6, but meh. I don't have a Stormlash. I would like to try that too, but I don't have one. If one of you guys have a Stormlash, I could try it out. Okay, I could test out this really fun two-handed Thunder Maul. I have a Cranium Basher. And I think that might be my final 2 weapons that I haven't tried yet. So let's play around with Thunder Maul. How about that? This Thunder Maul is a rare Thunder Maul I found with 406 ED on it. I threw a couple shales in there. Bad rolls? Yeah, sure, I could test it out. And make another game. Kibu 3. It looks like they made it to where the name stays. So that's pretty cool. I didn't have to type in Kibu there, it just stayed in. That's a nice quality of life change. Okay, Kibu 3. I could do the Stormlash before I test out the Thunder Maul. And then I could just throw it back your way. I'm running out of room. Okay, no, here's some room. I kind of want to replace my Arachnid's Mesh with this coil. I think it'll be better. I'll lose a little bit of hurricane damage, but I'll gain attack speed, lifesteal, slow target, and mana and strength. Yeah, I think it's just straight up better. It will hurt my FCR as well for teleporting, but I only teleport for like 3 seconds. My resists aren't the greatest, but it really doesn't seem to make a big difference. I don't seem to be in any danger while I'm doing all this killing. You can see this one does 1201 to 6.5 Fury, although I think it'll go up after I use my shouts and all that. And my Hurricane does a little over 2k. Let me put this back in here. Oh, I gotta use a Phoenix if I'm gonna use a Stormlash, right? I'm assuming I have enough dexterity to use the Stormlash. I don't know how much it actually requires, but I have 151. That actually might not be enough, now that I think about it. We'll see. I put in enough to use Grief. I wasn't expecting to use anything else. Yeah, I prefer... Oh, oops. Okay, there we go. Waypoint was broken. I prefer Enigma over Fort for a few reasons. One, I'm primarily a Grail Hunter, so I like the magic find. Two, Enigma has faster run walk, which for a Fury... Oh, I actually don't have any room in my stat. Well, maybe it will go straight into my weapon slot. Well, let me do that. No, it doesn't. Well, I can either make room or you can just throw it on the ground. We're the only two in here. Alright. I didn't try Death Axe. If you have one, I can try it. Also, Enigma gives me the plus to skills, and this is a hybrid build, so the plus to skills is actually quite useful. Okay, so Stormlash gives me the static field and the tornado, which ooh, that actually sounds really good. A synergized level 18 tornado and crushing blow. This might be impressive. And a Stormlash can actually roll ethereal, so an Eth Stormlash might be GG. Let's see how this plays out. I'll be sure to give it back to you when we're done here. Okay. Reset my timer. I haven't tried Death Axe. I don't happen to have one, but it might be really good. If somebody has one, I can test it for them. Alright, yep. I'll let you know when we're done testing and you can come back. Alright, we will talk to Hadriel and then start the timer. There we go. Also with Enigma I can teleport, right? So I couldn't do this with Fortitude. It would be quite a pain to walk through all that. Alright, melee damage is noticeably less, but I am getting some really fun tornadoes. So we'll see how this works out in the end. I wonder if an F version may make a big difference. I had high hopes when I saw the level 18 tornado, but this doesn't feel as good as the other ones did. Destruction? Maybe. I never really made a destruction. Alrighty. Keep on smacking these guys with tornadoes. Morning, Jarvatanas. How's it going? I'm testing out a whole bunch of different weapons for this hybrid wind fury druid. Seeing which one is the best. Right now we're trying out Stormlash and Phoenix Shield. Great news. That sounds good. Give these guys to smackdown. Vex, Lober, Jocko. Yeah, that sounds quite pricey. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. This actually feels weaker than the last few weapons. And it's also not an S Stormlash. It's not socketed, and it's a low roll. So all these things added up plays a factor, right? You have a low jetpacks? Yeah, I could try it out. See how it feels compared to everything else. Yeah, this is definitely slower than the last ones, right? I'm hitting like roadblocks here. Also, my hurricane wore off. You could definitely see things start slowing down when I don't have that hurricane up. You figured out that your Merc's weapon disappeared, bud? Wait, what? Your Merc weapon disappeared? I haven't noticed that yet. Alright, minions. I definitely feel squishier with the Stormlash too. Like I felt like I was taking some hits earlier. I didn't really notice taking hits on the other builds so much. Cause to totally disappear? What the heck? Do you lose the weapon? That sounds really bad. If you actually lose your weapon. I don't want to be losing my infinities. I'll be very, very upset. Okay, so how do we make it to where we don't lose our weapon then? That's probably a good thing to know. Oh, I forgot to put my skillers out. Okay, now it's not a fair test. Dang it. Shoot. Because my hurricane does less damage. It does like 300 less damage. Yeah, that's... I may have to do this one again. Because I goofed. Well, that was 3 minutes and 34 seconds. So it was considerably longer than the other options. But I did mess up, and I forgot to equip my skillers. So I think I should probably do one more run. If you don't mind me doing another run with your Stormlash here. I'll go to Kibu 4. Let's try this again, but with the same gear. So I don't have incorrect numbers here. Okay, same gear, but now I put my skillers back on, so my hurricane does 2.1k instead of 1.8k. Alright. Stormlash does fit the theme, right? Like, it on paper, it looks very strong. Tornado, static field, crushing blow. Very nice things to have. I think the problem is just the damage is so much lower that it's not as efficient. I can't imagine those two skillers are going to make that big of a difference, but let's find out. Found out it was caused by a loot filter mod. Ah, okay, well that's why I haven't had an issue. I haven't had any loot filter mods, so I guess I'm safe. But if you do have a loot filter mod, beware. You don't want to lose your weapons. Okay, talk to Hadriel and start the timer here. There we go. Let's try this round 2 using the correct skillers. And now I'm a more experienced Stormlash user, so it should be faster for both of those reasons. Maybe. Maybe not the second one. I was expecting the tornadoes to do more damage. I guess a level 18 tornado at the end of the day just isn't going to do enough. I thought maybe with the synergies it would. It's nice for the knockback. But I feel like the Windhammer does more. Would be curious if you wore an Infinity and a high damage spear and use an Act 5 merc? Oh, you mean like I use an Infinity as my weapon? Maybe. I would need a non-eth Infinity, which I don't have. Although I guess I could use my Infinity. It's not going to break from one run, right? Although I still probably wouldn't prefer the Act 5 Mercenary. I think I'd prefer an eth Reaper's Toll Mercenary. At least until I could get a decked out Act 5 one. Yeah, this one didn't roll that well, unfortunately. But the Infinity idea is not too shabby. Infinity is a pretty strong weapon. That might actually be a really good idea. And you get the crushing blow still. Yeah, I'll show you the skills after this run, for sure. If you use a loot filter, turn it off. Because it apparently is stealing your mercenary weapons. Grand Charm must grab. I'll take a second off the time for that Grand Charm. A Faith Mercenary would be really cool. I don't have a Faith on my Mercenary, but that does sound pretty fun. A very pricey version of this build. Maybe not worth it, but maybe worth it, I don't know. There's so many different things to try. Getting a Faith would be... I'd have to get the new Mercenary. It's a little harder to test that one, but it's doable. Alright, let's see. My time is significantly faster this time than it was last time. That just shows the variability in chaos runs, right? Hero Editor, yeah, that's the way. A lot of times it's hard to find the right item packs for Hero Editor to get some of these weird items that nobody uses though, like Doom and stuff. Okay, that was about 2 minutes and 55 seconds, so a lot better than the last run. Still slower than the other choices, but if this was ethereal, then it probably would be competitive with the other ones, is my guess. A higher rolled ethereal one. Alright, you can come back in. I'll give you back your Stormlash. Thanks for letting me try it out. I'm in Kibu 4. They already have a mod that opens ladder-only rune words. Interesting, interesting. Alright, next I will try the, let's try this cool yellow weapon. That one sounds fun. Oh, didn't notice that there. There you are, Griswold. Once you're loaded in, I'll throw the Stormlash at you. It's on the ground right there. You got it. Perfect. Okay. And let me show you how cool this yellow weapon is now. Yep, thanks for letting me try it, of course. This weapon has massive style points because nobody's using this weapon except for me. Glyph Flange Thundermaw. It's just a big old stick. Does a ton of damage. If this rolled F, then I would be extremely happy about this weapon. Thundermaw with 406 ED. I stuck 2 shales in there. I didn't want to drop a ton of currency on it because it's not F. So it's, if it was F, I could probably trade it for a lot. Okay, let's see. I think this is going to do more damage than the Stormlash did. But probably not as much as the Doom and the Breath of the Dying did. Alright, let's talk to Hadriel, and then we'll get going here. Hadriel. I kind of teleport to right about here. Alright. You can see I still put the paint on these guys, although I'm decrepified, so that's a little annoying. Morning Muffin. Testing out all of my new weapons for this new hybrid build, and I forgot to show you the skills. I said I would, and then I forgot. I'll show them after this one, probably. 50% chance I forget, but I'll try to remember. Although I guess I could just tell you the skills while I'm killing things. I basically maxed out Hurricane and all of its synergies. So Hurricane, Cyclone, Armor, Tornado, and Twister. And then I put 1 point into Fury and all of its prerequisites. 1 point into Lycanthropy. I put 1 point into all the summons. Well, up to the bear. And then I also put the remainder of my points, which is 16 base points, into Werewolf for the attack rating and attack speed bonus. I'm not actually sure if I should do Werewolf over Fury. It's a tough choice for me because I need the attack rating on a lot of these weapons. And I don't need the damage as much, so that's why I went for the Werewolf. Hand of Blessed Light is the best weapon for Fist of Heavens? Maybe. I can neither confirm nor deny this. It should be a very solid weapon, though. Okay, is this ethereal? It is. Okay, I gotta grab. Okay. I have a hunch Hand of Blessed Light is going to be a very good choice. Will it be the best? I don't know. But it will be very solid. I'm doing this with a yellow Thundermaw. Multiple sockets would be very important. Get those light facets. Or you don't even need light facets, I guess, because most of your damage isn't even lightning. But they do help still. A lot of decrepify. That's part of the variability. If you get more decrepify, it's going to slow you down. MF, yeah, that's always a good one. Throw some MFers in there. This seems to be roughly the same speed, a little slower. It looks like we'll see if Diablo ever responds, but a little bit over 3 minutes. Okay, 3 minutes and 9 seconds. So not as quick as the other options, but it was still pretty cool for what it is. Two hands should be faster clear speed. It doesn't appear that that's true for everything. I got an Earthquake Poleaxe here. We can try rolling that bad boy. How do Pit Zerkers stay alive? Zerk doesn't trigger Leech. I'm pretty sure Zerk does trigger Leech. I remember testing this before because someone mentioned that, and then I just went and used Berserk and it was leeching just fine. But either way, you don't need the leech to survive. You survive by howling at everything, so everything runs away, and then you kill them like in just 1 or 2 shots, and then you hork and you get your potions. So you don't actually have to worry about wasting potions because you get so many. So yeah, that's pretty much just howl and then escape. You're not killing everything as a Pit Zerker, right? You're only killing the unique minions. Okay, so 3 minutes and 9 seconds, a little bit slower than the other ones. So far, I guess I should share my screen here so you can actually see my spreadsheet. Hold on. Black Rune Word? Is there a bunch of MF on Black Rune Word? Hold up, let me show my little properties. Oh, okay, just Crushing Blow. Gotcha. Where you go? There it is. Okay. So here's my bright spreadsheet that I've been messing with. So you can kind of see the numbers that I have. I did do a Rib Cracker earlier. It was not quite as good. So I just did my yellow weapon and it was 3 minutes and 9 seconds. Alright, so I tried it before I... Hey, P-Darian, welcome. I tried using an Eth Reaper's Toll on my Mercenary, and that seemed to be clearly slower than the Infinity was, so I'm ignoring all these times. You can see these are the 3 best that I've tested so far. Doom, Eth Reaper, and the Breath of the Dying Great Poleaxe. You can see I'm clearly hovering around 2 minutes and 40 seconds on Doom, like very consistent. Eth Reaper, a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes I was 240, then I'd beat it, and then I missed it, so it's a little bit less consistent, but it does seem to average around the same time. And there was a little bit more inconsistency with Breath of the Dying as well. You see it kind of goes up and down. But they all seem fairly equal for what they were. Surprisingly, Windhammer, for how budget it is, 251, only 1 run, but pretty impressive. Rib Cracker was my slowest run yet, I think. Well, actually, no, the Stormlash where I forgot my skillers was, but that one didn't count. And my Yellow Maul was 309, so that's what it's been so far. Chat is covering columns A and B. Oh, I forgot y'all could see chat. It's because I'm sharing my screen instead of my game. Usually you can't see chat. Here, let me do this. Okay. Yeah, I'll show the build. Okay, so now that you can actually see the times, here's the column. So it's like Doom, I'll just focus on these parts. Doom with the bodyguard using Infinity. Well, he's always using Infinity, but you can see Rib Cracker 326, Windhammer 251, the yellow one 309. And yeah, all these seem pretty decent. But Doom, Reaper's Toll, Breath of Dying are the clear winners so far. You'd like to see what happens without Enigma? I could do a test run without Enigma. Let me do one more with the Cranium Basher. And then I'll do one without Enigma. I'll do a more budget armor. Do I have a Treachery somewhere that I could use? I don't know if I have a more budget armor to use. I could use this 3-socketed Dust Shroud. How about that? Alright. So, let me go ahead and change my screen back. Oh, first I'll show you the build. So this is a hybrid Wind Fury. So I got my Hurricane maxed along with its synergies, Cyclone, Twister, Tornado. And shapeshifting, I put 1 into everything, and then I put remainder points into Werewolf. It's at 16. And for summoning, I put 1 into each of these, but honestly, if I was going to respec, I would think I wouldn't put any into any of those. I feel like they're wasted points. If I found an Eth Windhammer, I'm curious how that would perform. Like an Eth Windhammer might just be just as good if, you know. And the Doom was made in a great Poleaxe. So, pretty solid base. Let me go ahead and change my capture here, back to the game. There we go. Thoughts on the new patch are very positive. I think they did so many good things. I'm super happy about all these changes. I've only had time to test this one build, but there's still so many things I want to mess around with. Alright, let's do one more run with the Cranium Basher, see if that is usable. And I can do the death as well. If you wanted to bring the death to me, then I could test out your death to see how that rolls, how that feels. The Naruto Rasengan build. What am I going to play with ladder hits? I'm pretty sure I'm going to be playing a hybrid Druid. Not this hybrid, but I'm going to do the... what's it called? The Beastmaster variety, where it's a half summoner, half wolf. It feels very powerful. So I think that's what I'm going to be doing. What do I think about a Doom Etten with a Phoenix Shield? I think it'll be very good. I'm not sure if it'll be as good as some of these other ones, but I do want to... I don't know if it has to be an Etten axe. I was thinking Berserker axe myself, but they're both worthy of testing. I just doubt anyone has one, right? And it's kind of a pricey test. Unless I use Hero Editor, which I might. But I couldn't find a Hero Editor item package that had Doom in it, because nobody ever plays with Doom. I guess I could make it myself, but then I have to find the base. I don't know, it's a little tricky. Alright, let's try this. This is with a Cranium Basher, which has 75% crushing blow, pretty high damage. So let's check it out. And it has a chance to cast Amplify, which is pretty cool, because I'm not rocking a Reaper's Toll on my bodyguard, so that Amplify will actually just straight up help me. It's only a 4% chance, though. It should be higher, I think. Yeah, it's definitely not a common weapon. It's very rare. I've only found one, and I found a lot of things. But it's not very valuable either, so you could trade for it if you wanted to. Oh, sometimes I forget my Hurricane, which is a rookie mistake. Gotta remember to keep that up. Holy Water Sprinkler. Rune Master Etten axe. That could be very good. I actually found an Etten axe like Rune Master like that a long time ago with 5 sockets. It was pretty cool. Wasn't really the most useful thing ever, but it was very cool. Amplify does not proc nearly enough. 4%, it should be like 15 or 20%. Yeah, the build is very strong. It appears to be very strong, and it's also quite safe. An F Executioner's Justice, that could be pretty cool too. Ow, why are they hurting me so bad? Oh, my Hurricane is gone, of course. Ah, there's the Amplify. Got him. Did I kill him? No, there he is. He's hiding. Okay, on my way down, I'll use my Hurricane, my armor. Champion Venom Lords, yeah. This is only players 1, of course, but I don't think it... I think it could hold up on higher ones. I feel squishier with the Cranium Basher, for sure. I've had to use a few potions, and I didn't have to use any potions on the other weapons. Okay. Of course, he's physical immune, so this is going to take a solid second. I'm basically just killing him with my my Hurricane there. Shout, shout. Should kill bosses quite quick with all that crushing blow. Yeah, okay. 3 minutes 17. So this was the slowest of all of them, I think. Let me check my spreadsheet real quick. No, Rib Cracker was slower, but this was slower than everything else outside of Rib Cracker. Good to know. Yep. So out of all the weapons I tested, I do feel like the Rib Cracker was low and non-upped, to be fair, yes. I feel like the Eth Reaper's Toll, the Doom, and the Breath of the Dying are the 3 best choices, and they were all very similar in terms of clear speed. But I do think it depends where you're going as well. Like if you wanted to farm cows, I think Doom would outperform because you get more cold damage, like significantly more. The AoE is much better. Yeah, I'll try your Executioner's Justice. Does it have a Zod rune in it? I don't want to break it. I break things real quick. Here, I'll make a game that you can actually enter. Keyboot 5, password 5. Executioner's Justice could be really good because you get that Decrepify proc and everything. I should have saved mine. Instead, I what's it called? I used it for an Iron Golem. I guess I wasn't wise, but no matter. 26 durability. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. If it gets yellow, I'm gonna be very cautious. I don't want to break it. Definitely don't want to break your weapon here. But I'm in Kibu 5. I could test the Doom, and if somebody has a Death, I could test that too. I think Death might be a really good choice. I don't think there's any other weapons I wanted to try. Alright, that I could think of. 3 max, 15 AR, 2 dex. Yeah, I'd keep it if you are doing melee. Coming with that, yeah, if you had the Death, I can grab that too. I could test both of them, not simultaneously, but one after the another. I had to remember to put my charms back. Dang it, what do I got in here? Oh, the polearm. Let me stick this in my stash real quick. Ah, got no room. Doing too much testing. Oh, let me try to shuffle some things around. Okay, there we go. And okay. Alright, is this one the Executioner's Justice or the Axe? I don't see anything. I don't know if that was a bug or not. Didn't seem to work. There we go. Okay. I'll try Death plus Phoenix. And then I could try the, what's it called? The Executioner's Justice next game. How about that? Okay, so Death. This one is indestructible, which is pretty nice. Don't have to repair it. The Glacial Spike, very good for, what's it called? Oh, Grim Feather. Okay, I can go ahead and grab onto the thingy. And Charms, yes. After I grab the Executioner's Justice, I'll put those Charms back. Well, you could draw out the weapon and then I can come back. Either way, okay, now you're gone. Okay, I'll go do it. Has ED, Mana Leech, Crushing Blow, Deadly Strike, all very good things. Death is just very powerful. So, and I get this Phoenix with an extra 386 damage. So you can see my damage real quick is 16 to 46.6. It's only fast attack speed though. I thought this would be faster. It's not. So this might actually not attack as fast as the other ones, but we'll find out here. Shout, shout, summons. Alright. Charms, not going to forget this time. Except I should probably... No, I didn't do anything elemental. Okay. Then we'll talk to him and we'll be on our way. We're off. See how this feels. These guys are going down. It doesn't feel as fast as some of the other options. But I do have Decrepify on, to be fair. Okay, maybe that's a little better without Decrepify. Do 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 do. 6 times today, huh? I haven't had a single crash yet. I wonder why. It's got to be something related to your PC, probably. Like, I know I was having issues with my old video driver, and I know some people are having issues like with certain types of graphics cards. Not super sure. I'm not the most tech savvy. Greaves. Get out of my way. I grabbed those quick enough that they didn't slow me down, I don't think. Do 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 do. I don't know if you're noticing, but I always swap to my Spirit Shield and CTA before I cast my Hurricane. Just to get an extra like 200 or 300-ish damage on my Hurricane. That's a good point. That's probably why I don't see much difference between the Reaper's Toll and the Doom and whatnot. Higher players count will probably provide better numbers for those particular weapons. But the ones that I can't get to that 2-minute 40 mark, those are probably just clearly slower, right? So I can at least roll those out. On the highest difficulty setting, Reaper's Toll is probably going to start performing better and better, is my guess. Grand Charm? Okay, I'll be sure to go scoop that up after I kill these guys. Price check, Skiller, 45 life on Earth? What is Earth? Like an elemental Skiller? Okay, that was 2 minutes and 48 seconds. So pretty quick compared to the other one-handers. Where's the Grand Charm? You said it was over in this area. There it is. Does Earth mean like a elemental Skiller? I'm not sure what Earth means. Alright, if you come back, I'll give you your death back. Yeah, that definitely wasn't too shabby. As far as the one-handed option goes, that was the fastest one. That was faster than the Grief was. It was faster than the Schaefer's. But it was only one run, to be fair. Ah, there you are. Thank you, thank you. I see the frown face, but I don't really, I still don't know what you're looking for. I don't know what an Earth Charm is. Yeah, for budget, Windhammer is clearly the winner here. Although Obedience may outperform that one. I just don't have a budget Obedience on me right now. Catch you later, Milk Door. Affinity is not necessary. It is faster. I tried this with a Reaper's Toll, and it adds about 30 seconds to the run. So you save about 30 seconds by getting this infinity. So instead of like 240, I was hitting roughly around 310. Oh, hold up, I gotta make room in my stash, which I can't while we're in the trade screen. Okay. Alright, now I'm gonna be very cautious about this one because I don't want to break your weapon. So this has Decrepify when I kill an enemy, and it's 50%, so this should be proccing like crazy, right? And Crushing Blow and minus target defense. This thing may be actually really solid. Find out here. Oh, I gotta make a new game. I'll find out in Kibu 6. Got one burr. Yeah, for a burr rune, you could probably get a good at the Reapers. But you also need to Zod the Reapers. Oh no, I get you don't if it's for a bodyguard. But you can also get a regular Reaper's Toll, right? That's pretty budget. The Eth ones are super expensive, but you can get a regular one and rock that as your weapon, and that'll be pretty solid. Probably better than the Windhammer, but maybe not. I'm actually not sure. It'd be tough. It'd be really close. I could do Cold Facets. They'd probably actually really help. Not just in the Jalals, but I could stick them in the weapons. I'm using a Phoenix Shield, but I could use like a 3-socketed Troll's Nest or something with 3 facets in there. That could be pretty cool. It's a good point. If I was going the Doom route, like a Doom Berserker Axe or something with like a socketed shield with facets in it, that could be really cool. Back from bathroom, nice. Don't forget the charms, good call. You know me too well. Alright. Summon these guys. I'm not picking up any potions. Hey Barkeep, I'm doing testing on like a bunch of different weapons to see which one's the best. They all seem very viable. I feel like it's very flexible and the build seems pretty strong. This time I'm going to test this Ethereal Executioner's Justice. I'm going to be very careful not to break it. We'll see how it feels. And then after I'm done with this one, I could show all the stuff side by side. Alright, so I'll start the timer here right after I talk to Hadriel. Ah, dang it, I forgot to start the timer. I clicked the button, it didn't work. Okay, let's try again. Talk to Hadriel, start. There we go. We're off. Forgot to summon my spirit, but that's whatever. Okay, here we are. Seems like much less density. Sometimes you find a less dense chaos run and it definitely speeds things up, so I'll keep that in mind. Whoa, this feels really nice. Wow. Okay, let's see how it goes time-wise. From a comfortableness, this feels really good. Like, I feel like I'm attacking pretty quick, and Decrepify is always going to be going off. So, if an F Executioner's Justice is the right weapon, that would be so cool. Although extremely rare. Where'd the minions go? I didn't see them. Alright, I'm assuming I killed them. I didn't see them spawn unless they're hiding off in the corner. What the heck? Oh no, that's not them. I thought that was the Vizier for a second. I was like, did they really spawn over here? There's no way. No, that was just a random group that looks suspiciously like that. I've seen some goofy things though. Like the Scythe spawning in weird spots. So I won't discount weird stuff like that. Mesh armor. I could check it in case it's like ethereal or whatnot, but don't really care either way, I don't think. This weapon feels pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, this feels very solid. Compared to the other ones, I'm really liking this. I regret turning my Executioner's Justice into an Iron Golem now. But I could probably trade for one pretty cheap. People aren't going to realize this is good, so don't tell anybody. This will be our secret weapon. Grab that. Grab that. Ladder is on the 28th. And I don't think it's going to move because they've already like announced a stream race and everything, so that it would be pretty crazy for them to change the date. So 2 minutes and 29 seconds. Wow. Well, that's really good. That's faster than a few of the weapon. That's faster than I got with the Doom on average. And the Eth Reaper's Toll did beat that on one run, but not on 2 others. I can't test this weapon a ton because it's Eth, right? But this was really solid. Like, I would totally use this. Let me go ahead and write the number down. And using an infinity, it is 229. Let me give you your weapon back. See how much durability I ate up? Only 5. Not too bad. The max strength, this one's ethereal, it's 154. Not too shabby at all. Thanks for letting me try that. That was a really fun one. So if you happen to have Executioner's Justice, that seems like a really good option. I actually really like that. Don't need the jewel, don't need this ring. Let's go ahead and throw my my Doom back on, I guess. I don't know if that one's my favorite or not, but it was really solid. I'm curious how big of a difference it makes being ethereal. Like, I could probably pull a similar speed with a non-ethereal one, but it's tough to say. Alright, I'll show you all a more budget variety just so you can see how this is going to work out. I probably could, right? Let me check. See what they're going for on Tradery. While I'm doing that, I can show you my spreadsheet again. You can look it over while I'm checking out Tradery. It's the only one you found? Well, grats. You found a really solid Fury weapon there. Throw a Zod rune in that bad boy. You got massive style points. We're the only ones who know. I highly doubt anyone else has tested that yet. Because who does that? It's too random. It's super rare, yeah. It's one of the more rare items in the game. Oof. Right. Ugh. Okay, so I'm wholly as long as I had this spreadsheet up. So you can kind of see the timers here. Infinity is a clear winner on times, but you could see F Executioners, which I spelled wrong because I was going quick. 229, only one run. Doom, 230. Doom is very consistent. Out of all of them, I feel like Doom is the most consistent, around 240. Versus like the Reaper's Toll, which goes up and down drastically. And so does BOTD. BOTD and Reaper's Toll feel very similar. But yeah, let's try a... Oh, first let me check Tradery, see how much an Executioner's Justice is going for. They roll up to 290 ED. Let me see if I can get a good one. What are people even asking for? Nothing. Oh, this one's ethereal. What are people offering for it? No offers. It should make an offer on this F Executioner's Justice. I don't even know what to offer for something like that. Oh, this guy's asking for a pull rune. Nice, nice. Okay, do I have a... It was 280? Nice. Okay, let me see. I'm sure I have a pull rune, right? I do. Let me offer a pull rune to this guy. See if that works. Alright, we'll see if that guy responds. I offered a pull rune for it. Hey, Beat Your Guts, how's it going? Alright, you've had a chance to look at this spreadsheet. I'll go back to my game here. I'll probably rotate between Doom and Reaper's Toll or Breath of the Dying, depending on my mood. Also depending on where I'm farming. I think Doom is probably the clear winner for lower level zones like pits, because I'll just run around and everything will die. I'm testing my hybrid Hurricane Fury Druid. I tested all kinds of weapons. The best ones that I've seen from testing was this Doom that I'm using and a Great Poleaxe. I also had similar results with an Eth Reaper's Toll and also an Eth Breath of the Dying Great Poleaxe. And oddly enough, I also had similar good results with an Eth Executioner's Justice, and that one was really neat. Like, I would totally want to rock something like that. And I just made an offer on a non-Eth Executioner's Justice to see how different it would be. If this guy sees my offer, that would be cool. He might not. But we'll see. Yes, so my other gear, I'm using Hand of Justice. Maybe. I don't know if that'll be as good. The aura may help a little bit. I can't imagine since I don't have the synergies. If you have one, I'll try it out. I don't have an extra one to test. I'm using Jalal's Mane. How do you like the Haas? What Haas? I'm not using a Haas. Using Jalal's, High Lords, Enigma, Laying of Hands, Ravenfrost, Nosferatu's, SOJ, and Gors. I haven't used yet. I'm not sure what you mean. I can't use a Haas on this guy. He's a Druid. Alright. Let me show you how cool cows would be using the Doom setup. Because with the Doom setup, my Hurricane does really good damage. And I don't really have to do a whole lot. For the Pally build? Which Pally build? I haven't played Pally in forever. Yeah, I'm using mostly 7MF charms here. I have a few elemental skillers and 1 Geeds. I could do a lot more damage if I wanted to, but I want to keep a decent amount of MF. I'm at 281, which is a little less than I usually run, but it's still a pretty good number. Alright, let's find Cow Portal. Talking for a Fist of Heavens or something? I was planning on trying out Fist of Heavens eventually, but that'll be a bit after all my other stuff. Fist of Heavens is incredibly powerful, I know that for sure. I'm sure there's already a bunch of people that tested Fist of Heavens, but not a whole lot of people testing this. You can see I can just run around. I'm not even like a wolf smacking things. It doesn't really make a difference with this Hurricane with the minus 60 enemy cold res here. See how it does against cows. Cold Facet the Jalals. This Jalals is really low rolled. I wouldn't want to waste it in here. I would want to find a better one first. So I don't know if I have a Cold Facet. I might. I have to check. Do I have a Cold Facet? I usually just gave them away when I found them because I didn't need Cold Facets typically. I have a Lightning Facet. I have this ED Lightning Res Charm. ED. I have a Fire Facet. Okay, I don't have a Cold Facet. Let's see, let's see. Here we go. First, let's see how fast they die without me attacking them. Looks like 3-ish procs, give or take. Where's another group of cows? Here's one. Okay, so pretty fast, I would say, for a hybrid build here. I could just run around and they'll die from the hurricane damage. But I could also attack them. So, see how that feels. Pretty solid. Get tornadoes for funsies. Or not tornadoes, I mean volcanoes. We'll see how fast it goes without the hurricane. So now this is just my melee damage. Not bad, right? So oh, this guy's, well, that guy's a little annoying. He's physical and cold immune, but everybody else, I could choose. Do I want to give him the smackdown, or do I want to summon the hurricane and get him that way? Because both appear to work just fine. The physical immunes, I guess I could just ignore them while my hurricane kills them. Volcano is just really pleasant to watch. Not doing a ton of damage, but it does look cool. I really want to test out a wolf Barb too. Maybe I'll do that next. Or maybe I should swap and try an Armageddon variant of this. I don't know. Do y'all have a preference? What do you want to see more? Wolf Barb or Armageddon hybrid instead? I got a lot of tokens. I want to try all sorts of things. Yeah, no, if I respec, I'm not putting any points into summons for this build. I thought it would help, but they're just kind of chilling. Wolf Barb? Yeah, I could try out some Wolf Barb. We'll check it out. I think the weapon choices will be all the same. I'll try out the similar weapon choices. We'll see how it feels. But this is pretty powerful. This is expensive gear. I'll do a budget. I'll put on some budget gear after I kill these cows, and I'll do a run somewhere just to see how it feels. Just to show you if this is a feasible build with without end-game gear. It's always interesting to find out. Did they bug Armageddon? What do you mean? Buff, yes. They buffed all the fire skills pretty significantly. Yeah, if for Fury, for the Wolf Barb, you max the shouts, the masteries, and you should have a bunch of extra points, so you can put some into resist, find item. Apparently that little hidden buff to find item is still in existence, so if you max find potion, you get even more find item %, which seems very strong. Okay, I think most of these guys are dead. No, here's a few. Pretty efficient cow runner, I would say. Not bad at all. Alright, solid. Repaired. Easy peasy. Okay, let me try some budget variety gear here. So if I was going to do this budget style, I would use either a regular Reaper's Toll or a Windhammer. So let's try this Windhammer. Now I don't have an Enigma in a budget situation, so I'll take that off, although I'm running out of room. I guess I don't need 2 Windhammers. I'll drop the other Windhammer. I'll use Jalal's. Jalal's is still pretty budget. Oh shoot, I may need my Enigma to use the Windhammer. Dang it. That's a little annoying. Well, I don't know if I could pull it off without respecking. Do I have any weapons I could use without Enigma that aren't super expensive? Schaefer's. Is a Tomb Raider considered budget? Probably not. Alright, maybe I can't do that test because I don't have the strength for it. Unless I can get the strength elsewhere. Let's see. Maybe I can get my strength from this? Nope, not enough. Do I have any rings that give a bunch of strength? It is a lot of strength. Luckily, you're free to put that many points into strength because you don't really need the mana. FCR ring, I could use that. If I put this on, and then I put the Mara's on. Mara's actually isn't going to really help me that much, but it will give me some strength. How much am I off now? 14. Ooh, boots. Ah, so close. Dang it. I just need one more strength. Okay, I gotta have one strength in here. Small charm. Grand charms, maybe? Ah, here we go. Okay, let me get rid of one skiller. And where'd that charm go? There. We did it. Okay, now I don't have Enigma on. I'm going to use this plain old 3-socketed Dusk Shroud. A Windhammer. A Jalal's. I have the Mara's, which I would say... what's it called? The Mara's isn't budget, but it's also not really helping this build all that much. It helps my hurricane damage a little bit, and the all res is nice. I'm mainly using it because I need that 5 to all attributes. I think, right? Yeah, I do. Okay. Down the Geed. Well, the Geed's charm's not going to help me. I'm using Trex for the strength, but you really don't need Trex, right? Laying of Hands is pretty budget. Raven Frost is fairly budget. This is a really good FCR ring, but it doesn't make any difference for this guy. I'm just using it for the 9 to strength. Nosferatu's is pretty budget. So I would say this is a very achievable character. I won't even use my Call to Arms. I'll act like I don't have it. And Ethereal Shell. That's true. I don't have one, but I could. I would probably actually, like if I was going to be an actual budget character here, I would use a Treachery, but I don't have a Treachery that I could use. Oh, actually I do. Haha. Nice. Since I added all that strength, I can use my Treachery. It's not going to break in just a few runs. Thanks for the follow, Marshboxer. Alright, so here's my budget version. It's not the cheapest budget, but you could work towards this. Windhammer, Treachery, Jalal's, Laying of Hands, Ravenfrost, Nosferatu's. MacArthur, thanks for the follow. Yeah, this is mid-game budget, and I'm sure it can go even worse. Like, I could just unequip some things. Like, how about I take off the gloves? How about that? No gloves? I'll use Chansey's gloves. And, gold wrap belt. Ah, just kidding. Can't use the gold wrap belt. I need that strength. You're just getting back into D2? Are the changes live on characters already? They're live on all the characters, so you're good. You never heard of that fine potion buffing item thing? It increases by 1% per hard point. So if you put 20 hard points into fine potion, it will increase your fight item by 20%. It seems like a hidden stealth buff. It's kind of weird because you would think it'd be an accident. They didn't mention it, but they specifically had to add that code. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that. Yep, getting the buffs from the patch. Now I'm testing out a budget version of the hybrid Fury. Hurricane build. You can see the buffs in the patch are all here because there's no synergy, or there's no arrow going from Armageddon to Hurricane. You no longer need to get Hurricane to get Armageddon. So this is a much more budget option. And my life is quite low, but let's see how this feels. It may struggle in the Chaos Sanctuary, but we'll find out. I'm acting like I don't have a CTA. Here we go. Oh, and of course I got to use my Hurricane, which my Hurricane does 1.6k damage. Well, y'all tell me, this looks like I'm melting them pretty quick. But I don't have teleport, so I do have to... good call, the mercenary. Let me get rid of the infinity. Good call, become a pro. I forgot about my mercenary. Because infinity does help a lot. Let's give the mercenary a... yeah, Dubensky budget build. What can the mercenary use? How about a ethereal great poleaxe? That seems pretty budget, right? Nothing else? Let me get rid of his fortitude. Give him a dusk shroud. And I'll give him a Tall's helm. How about that? 24-hour on the 28th? Nah, I'm not that hardcore. I'll probably play a little bit more than usual, but definitely not that much. Okay, now my mercenary is also budget. He's probably just gonna die, but that's okay. We're off. Slowly, but we're off. I wouldn't do chaos runs if I was this budget, but we're just doing it just to test to see just how viable this is. I think it's okay. I have a hunch I could run around with a Windhammer and a Treachery and be fine. And if I was using this Windhammer, I would probably spec different. I would probably max out Arctic Blast, because then I would get a longer Twister stun, which on a budget could be really helpful, right? I could easily clear Chaos with this. Maybe it needs to be more budget. These guys are too weak. If I take off my torch, I can't equip the Windhammer. That's the only problem. I would have to respec. If I find a grail item on this budget variant, that would be really funny. Druid Torch is pretty budget, to be fair. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. The Annie's not the cheapest, but I don't want to respec just for the purposes of a budget build. I'll take off the Treachery. That should make up for the Torch and Annie, right? I haven't upgraded any set pieces yet. There aren't a ton that I would really want to upgrade, but there are a few. Okay, this starts to get much harder after I get rid of the Treachery. But Treachery is very easy to obtain, so... Oh yeah, after the new changes, Annie's probably will be budget. Good point. Fair enough. This still works. I'm not even using an armor, and I could still do this. It's not the safest, like I definitely have to keep my eyes on my health. But it is doable. It's just kind of tough. Oh, and I got to focus on my Hurricane. Things get way harder without the Hurricane. So if you were on a budget this strict, I wouldn't recommend doing Chaos. I would do Pits. Like, I can obviously do this, but it would take me a solid like 6 minutes to probably clear this Chaos Sanctuary. And this is a little, oh, there goes my shapeshift. Yeah, the new throw barb is pretty great. I'm testing out this budget variant of this hybrid druid here, and then I'm going to go try out a wolf barb. I don't know how he's alive. He's a beast. There he goes. He's dead now. Alright. So we could see that it would work. It would just take me forever. So I'll show you what I would actually do. If I was on a budget like this, where I was not wearing a body armor, and I had a windhammer, jalals, chance gloves. I'm like half naked here. So what I would actually do is I would farm pits and Arachnid's lair. I would probably die if I didn't keep my hand on my potions for sure. But what if I went to this new zone over here? Let's check out this place. Oh wait, no shouts. Summon my minions. At least a few of them. Alright. You don't have to teleport because it's just right there. This is an 85 zone now. It wasn't before. It is now. And yeah, this is much easier. Like, super chill compared to Chaos Sanctuary, right? So this is what I would actually do. And this is quite viable. Can totally do this early ladder. If you can't find a windhammer, you can make an obedience, and I'm sure it would work just fine. I think you could get any strong yellow weapon and it'd be fine. Based off of my testing with all those weapons, they feel like they're pretty interchangeable. I want to check out these greaves, but I don't have room. Let me kill these guys so I can identify them. Okay. Bummer. Okay, back to being budget. A budget wolf. I'm not afraid of dying in here. I don't think there's anything scary in here. It's just spiders, right? Spiders and those little lightning dudes. Not having teleport is kind of annoying. You could also do pits. Pits would be even easier, although it would take a little longer to get to it. So you just choose what your favorite is. You may even do both. And you can also find a rib cracker, right? You can get a rib cracker super early. That would work just fine. Alright, so there's Arachnid's lair. Let's go check out pits. No teleport, so I'll have to do this in the running way, but that's okay. I just get some stacks of this, and then I can run fast. Zoom, zoom. I would probably try to stack faster run walk charms as you're leveling. Surely you'll find a few. Got ourselves a magic conch over there. Easy peasy. Just follow the road. Don't want that to fall off because then I'll move slow. Is it left or right? Guess we'll see. Hey, Ramsell. Welcome in. Thanks for the follow. I'm testing out this budget version of a hybrid Hurricane Druid. It seems pretty feasible. This is, I would say it's pretty budget. I'm like I'm not wearing an armor. I'm wearing chance gloves. So not the most expensive build for sure. I'm using a windhammer. I am a little squishy, but I am living. I think the only thing in the pits that's going to kill me is the archers if I'm not careful. Thanks for the follow, X Drew. Okay. Now we're in the pits. Let's see how this works. Ooh, that hurts. Yikes. Okay, those guys are painful. Oof. Okay, well, you definitely got to be on your toes, because those guys just smashed me. But I didn't die, although I am almost out of full rejuvenations. That was close. If you're on hardcore, wait till you have a little bit better gear. Alright. But those were blessed aim minions, to be fair. Also, my... what's it called? My hurricane fell off, so they were attacking even faster than they should have been. From a damage perspective, this is just fine. Yeah, I'm missing a ton of armor. The chance gloves don't do anything. Have I tried a Fury Summon Hybrid? I have on PTR, and that's actually what I plan on starting for ladder. I think the Fury Summon Hybrid is incredibly strong. You can use like a Reaper's Toll, and it's very powerful. I even tried using an Executioner's Justice as my weapon, and that was also very powerful, so pretty cool. There's not many builds where you can get away with using an Executioner's Justice, but on that one, you can, so pretty cool. Thanks for the subscribe, I really appreciate that. I tried this build with all sorts of weapons, and the best ones seem to be Doom, Breath of the Dying, and a Poleaxe is what I tried. Also very good. And an Reaper's Toll. Those three all seemed very powerful. Now I'm trying it on a very budget setup, just to show people you can do it. Gotta keep your fingers on those potions if you don't want to die, but you can do this if you wanted to. You do have a 2k Cyclone armor, so you're pretty safe from elemental damage. But you gotta watch out for physical, especially if you're not wearing a body armor like me and you only have 674 defense. You're gonna get hit by everything. In reality, even a budget build is gonna be stronger than this, I think, because you're not gonna be half naked. So this is really just to prove a point more than anything. Alright, after this pit run, I'm going to test out a new build. I'll test out the Fury Barb, or not Fury Barb, well, kind of a Fury Barb. Wolf Howl Barb. Wolf Barb. Wolf Barb was really bad before, but I think it might be okay now. We'll see, because the changes to Wolf are quite nice. Excellent. Well, there you go. I just did a pit run. I did an Arachnid lair run, so now you know on a budget, you could pull this off. Let's go get my regular gear back, and then I'll hop on the Barb. Think Reaper's Toll or Doom for Infinity Spears on Merc. For a Spears on Mercenary... Wait, a Mercenary? Oh, no, a Mercenary for your Spears on. Well, you'll probably be using an Infinity on your Amazon itself. So I would probably use... well, the Mercenary probably is kind of irrelevant for that. You probably don't need it. So I'd probably use a Reaper's Toll. Just for the straight up damage. And the Decrepify will help a little bit with the physical immunes. Alright. Doom. Actually, I don't want to put my... Actually, no, I'm not going to use Doom on my Fury Wolf. That wouldn't make sense. So it's fine to keep Doom there. Oh yeah, Faith. That's maybe a better choice. You could try Faith, or you can use Mist to get that concentration ore. That could be decent. Three Volcano Druid with only one socket? Alright. I'm running out of space in my stash. I usually don't keep this much stuff in there, but I'm trying to test all the stuff, so I have my stash pretty much filled up here. Let me put the... Annie and the Some charm. I don't even have enough room to move all my charms. So well, we're gonna have to get a little wonky with it. My bodyguard, who is dead, does he have anything that my other bodyguard needs? No, he's wearing nothing. Okay. Let me go ahead and change my stream name. Don't want people thinking I'm testing my hybrid druid anymore if I'm actually testing my Barb. Go to my Twitch channel real quick. I will say, instead of wolf hybrid, it is going to be wolf Barb. There we go. That should work. Does the mercenary minus enemy resist work for you, or just the mercenary? Just for the mercenary. The infinity works for both, but the minus only works for whoever's equipping the weapon. Okay, let's do this. Hop on my Barb. What do you think about the new leap attack? I haven't actually had time to test it. I do want to test it. It would be really cool if it was strong. I would love to play leap attack Barb, but I'm not sure if it will be. I think I watched Macro playing around with it for a little bit, so he'll probably have a YouTube video coming out soon. I'll be sure to check that out. I don't think it's going to be like a new great spec, but it might be like a B tier or something. I don't know. Okay, let's see. What gear do I want to use on this bad boy? This will be a wolf Barb, so of course the wolf howl. I'll start off and it won't be budget. I can maybe make a budget option. Do I have Enigma? Yes. Okay, so let's just try this with a fairly... Does having dual griefs make a difference for a wolf Barb? Probably not, right? It's probably better to use a shield or something. Well, let's try with a Breath of the Dying first. Let's try that. One hand? Like a one hand and a shield? Or... That it feels like it would make the most sense, one hand and a shield, but maybe two-hander is also good. I don't know. I'll try both. I'll try all the weapons. Let's do Gore Riders. Wolf Howl. The main hand hit, so I could even use a Grief in like a six-handed phase blade, or six-isted phase blade. That's probably something I would do. I could try that. High Lords. Laying of Hands. I'll need a source of Cannot Be Frozen, which will be my Raven Frost. That one's okay. Do I have a better one? Alright, let's use this one. And I'll use a dual leech ring, of course. Seems pretty solid. I won't need the dual whiz pikes on Switch. Actually, they can help me with teleporting. I'll keep them. Okay. Did I move my Geed's Charm? Oh, I have another one worked out. Annie. And a bunch of MF charms. I didn't swap all my MF charms off the other guy. But that's okay. Can you Hork in wolf form? I think you can. Maybe not. I might be getting it mixed up with a modded server. I have better MF charms on my other character, but swapping it all out is going to be too tricky, so I'll just use those. You can't? Okay, yeah, I was getting a trick. In a modded server, you could. I feel like you should be able to. Alright, so there's that. Now I got to respec. I can use all of my gear before I put any stats in, so that's good. I guess I could just right-click Vitality, but I don't think I need to. Also, there's a bunch of weapons I want to try, so that's a bad idea. Let me put a whole bunch into strength so I can try all these different weapons out. And some into dexterity as well. I'll just arbitrarily put like 150 in there, and then I'll put like, get this to 200 and... Let's put it to 290, which is more than I need probably, but 300. But that's fine. And then the rest in vitality. With that, I should be able to equip just about all the weapons that I want to play around with. Alright, skills. Oh shoot, you know, now I think about it. Depending on the weapon, I'll be using a different mastery, right? That's kind of annoying. Let me think about that. Which weapons do I have the most of? I have 2 polearms. I have swords. I have a mace. I don't think Windhammer is going to be good on this guy. I have a few maces. Alright, we'll try polearms for now. Because I do think the polearms are going to be the strongest. I feel like Breath of the Dying and Reaper's Toll will be my 2 best options. But Grief with a 6-assisted phase blade could be the way. Okay, so let's try with polearms first. Max out polearm mastery. Let's put 1 point into these, although I may want even more points into this. Okay. So I would use War Cries, of course. I'll max out my battle orders. No combat skills. Yeah, there aren't really anything I need in combat skills. Alright, so I could max out find item and whatnot. So let's try out this. Let's do find item. And since it's the hidden, so right now it's 55. If I max it out, it'll actually be 75, right? Because of find potion, hidden synergy. So I'll max out find potion. And then the rest of it, I can kind of split up. Let me get some more resistances. Okay, and then I guess I could put some into this to walk a little faster. Stick them all in there. Okay, there we go. This isn't the perfect build, but it's good enough. Let's go check it out. So I have to set up my skills. I still have my teleport. So I can teleport pretty quick. I have my... Oh, I guess I better equip my bodyguard too. Let's give him a Reaper's Toll. And a G-Face, sure. And an armor of sorts. There's a Fortitude there. Do I have another one? Alright, let's just give him this Fortitude. I think the F one's on the other character, but that's fine. For testing, that'll do just fine. Let's try out a Trav run first. Because this is probably where you'd spend most of your time. I have 3.6k HP. I would probably have more. Oops. I would probably have more if I didn't put so much points into strength. But that's okay. Okay, now I have 5.2k HP, and this is even though I put a lot into strength. Telling the stairs and transform underground, I could probably do that to save some time. If I was doing it really efficient. Although I'd probably just telly right in front of their faces. I don't think I'd care about hiding. Let me use Feral Rage. Okay. My Feral Rage does 2 to 6k. It's not as fast as I would like it to be. Maybe let me swap out for a Nosferatu's Coil. It's a little bit more attack speed. Did I transfer that coil over here? No? Oh, okay, well. Alright, you can see the wolf howl heal here. It's not the perfect one. It could be +3 to war cries, and it can go +3 or 6 to all 3 of those skills, but it's not bad. See how it feels. Has attack rating issues. I'm missing a lot. When I hit, the hits are pretty strong, but I'm missing more than I would like. And then I would just untransform and hork these guys. Okay. 13 life, 13 mana? It's okay. Alright. That didn't feel that strong. Definitely not as strong as the wolf druid felt. Yeah, I'm sure that dragon mercenary should be quite powerful. I'm not sure if it'll be as good as like dual head strikers or something. Yeah, let's try the... Well, I have the polearm spec right now, so I'll try out Reaper's Toll in this first, and then I'll try out the Grief. It's clearly slower than the Wolf Druid was. At least it felt like it in Trav. To be fair, I didn't do any Trav runs on the Wolf Druid, so... Yeah, it's because I don't have the AoE, right? So, like, my melee does good damage here, but I don't have that giant hurricane smashing everybody like I did on the Druid. I don't even think the melee does as much. I think it's maybe even slightly less. So this is doable, but I probably wouldn't do it. I think the Druid has a lot more flexibility than this. I am really fast. I run faster on this character because of the passive, I guess. And I do have much more HP. And find item. That's the biggest thing. Like, if I was just doing Trav runs, then I probably would do this guy because get that massive find item. But I would still probably prefer just using like a Pit Zerker over this, you know. No Furies, exactly. Only got the Feral Rage. This is definitely better than it was, right? It's better than it was for sure. Is Barb still my favorite character? I'm going to assume yes. Maybe after a few months of playing around on the Druid, my opinion will change. But for now, I'm going to assume Barb is my favorite. But Druid's always been my second favorite, and now they're getting stronger and stronger. It may switch to Druid. We'll see. They did buff, they did a lot of Whirlwind fixing, so Whirlwind's going to be stronger now, just because there's less bugs. You don't have to worry about the Whirlwind lock anymore. Don't have to worry about the mana burn. Both of those things were pretty big deals for a Whirlwind. I didn't actually time this, but I'm sure it was slower. Like, I could just tell that it was slower than the Druid was. I did try Throw Barb on the PTR. I haven't tried it yet on live. Bear Barb could be okay. It would be very tanky. Probably wouldn't do quite as much damage, but it would be quite tanky. Boss is dying slower. Some Greaves and another ring. D3 season in 45 minutes. Alright, better get to it. It's kind of odd timing. I wonder why they put it so close to this. It's like they're intentionally trying to hurt their D3 season. Alright, let's try this similar build but with a Reaper's Toll. See if that changes anything. So far, I'm a little bit not impressed. I think the, I'll just swap weapons while I'm mercenary. I think the, what's it called? The Druid was just way more satisfying to play than this. Yeah, D3 is still fun. I like D3. I just don't like it as much as this. I do have a way faster teleport, so I got that going for me. I just feel like I struggle a bit more with the AoE, and the attack speed seems slower for some reason. I'm not using the Nosferatu's coil, but surely that's not it. Just 10%. Maybe this will be better with a Grief. I'll try Grief next game. I don't think this even feels better than the Breath of the Dying did. It feels pretty similar. Maybe even slower. Hey, Canal. That's a hard one to say. I'll say Canal. How about that? Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Druid gets IS buff for two-handers. Oh, I guess that's why he was attacking faster. I wasn't sure if that was still a thing or not. Because they changed so much with all the attack speed calculations. It's hard to keep up. We'll see how it feels with a Grief. Usually a Grief is really solid on a Barb. And then I can get lots of magic fine. If I only lose like 10 seconds or whatever in clear time, I'd say it's worth it because I can also Hork. Although it's kind of annoying to Hork because I can't just Hork while in a wolf form. If I was in like a Trav run, then Horking would be more simple. You just kill them and then you Hork them, right? I do think if you're going to play this build, it'd be a Trav runner for the most part. Really niche. It would be more for funsies than anything, because you'd just be better off playing a Pit Zerker. Get back here. Alright, I'll try out Grief. Oh, there's an Archon Staff. That was pretty cool. Oh, what's my MF even at? Probably like nothing. 218. Okay, that's actually not bad. 218 is not too shabby. I'll do one more respec to try out Griefs. I'm not going to waste a bunch of tokens on this build. I can clearly see it's not as good as the Druid was. And I think the Armageddon hybrid is going to be really nice as well, so I kind of want to try that. Lord Decisive is really funny lately. He keeps spawning in these really weird spots. Yesterday I had him spawn, I clicked it, and he spawned right here. So, heads up. Especially if you're playing hardcore, that could be a rude surprise. I would be so mad if I got wiped like that. I heard that, well, Blizzard said it basically, that the Infinity and Spears was bugged at the beginning. I wonder how many people lost their runes, or if they're gonna get reimbursed or something, because that's pretty brutal if they just lost those runes, you know, due to a technical error on Blizzard's fault. They fixed it? Oh, excellent. Okay, good. I wasn't sure if they fixed it or not. All I saw was that it was broken. Good, good. I'm glad to hear that. I felt bad for those guys. Free infinity for everybody. Hey Anona, how's it going? I'm doing some wolf barb testing. I just finished up testing a hybrid hurricane wolf druid. The hybrid hurricane wolf druid actually felt really solid. I really liked it. Wolf barb, less solid. It's definitely viable. Like, I'm probably doing a 4-minute chaos run here, which is not the worst. But definitely not as good as the druid was. Found a 4-socket +3 matriarchal spear. Nice, nice. That's exactly what you're looking for, so congrats on the spear. Alright, let's try this again, except this time I'll use a Grief and a Storm Shield. I can also try Grief and Phoenix, although if I use Phoenix, they're bye-bye corpses. I think what I would actually do is Grief and a 6-isted Phase Blade. But I'll see how the damage feels first. Okay, so let me do a respec here. I need 136 dexterity. I'll put in a little bit extra. And 156. Although I think I could just straight up put more points into strength. I should probably put more into dexterity too for extra attack rating, because I don't need this much life. I have so much life. I think it's better just to put more points into those two. Okay, I'll put the rest into these two. Vitality. Alright, so now I'll be doing swords or daggers. I don't have any daggers, but now it does daggers too. Points. Max out battle orders. I actually think find items kind of annoying to use if I was playing a wolf, so I won't even bother sticking points in there. I'll just do more speed. Gotta go fast. I have whiz pikes. Yes. Oh, good point. You're right. I could put the beat down with some whiz pikes now. It will actually help with Berserk. Like, it'll probably be noticeable, right? You can use Berserk with whiz pikes. If you're on like a whirlwind barb or something. Not on this build. But still. I guess I'll max shout too. Might as well. Alright. Change my weapons now. So, no Reaper's Toll. Use my Grief. And my Storm Shield. Although, actually, I may want to use the Phoenix. If I'm not using Find Item, Phoenix is probably better, right? 386% enhanced damage. Let's try the Phoenix. Storm Shield will be tankier. But it's softcore, so I'd rather do more damage. Alright, let's test this bad boy out. Gotta make a new game. See how this feels. With this one I have... Well, I can't actually see my damage here. It says 732 to 1179, but it's Grief, so it's a little bit of a tricky situation here. We'll see how it feels. Does your bear or other summons benefit from your attack rating? They do not. They do not. They have their own attack rating. Okay, this time I'll actually time myself so I can actually have a real number on how much slower this is. Starting at Hadriel. Alright. Oh, dang it. Didn't start the timer. It's tough to click the button sometimes. There we go. See how this goes. Okay, this is a lot better than the last weapon. I can already tell just from those first few smacks. This actually doesn't feel half bad. I'm attacking much faster. I'm still very tanky. And now I have Phoenix. So I'm even tankier, but you don't get the Hork, which is unfortunate. You can also use the 6-isted Phase Blade for more magic find, but then you will lose out on a bunch of damage and survivability. I do like how fast it runs. It's really funny. I do miss having Fury. Fatal Rage just doesn't feel the same. Doesn't feel bad though. Get out of here, minions. This is surprisingly quicker than I was expecting it to be. So I guess sword is the way to go. The Breath of the Dying was not as quick as this. I don't think it was even close. It was probably twice as slow, in fact. I did focus down Infector, kind of cheating, but that's okay. This is actually really quick. This is a similar speed as I was doing on my Druid. Except the boss is a little slower. 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Well, that competes with the fastest speeds that my Druid was putting out. So, yeah, I guess this is viable then. I was averaging like 2 minutes and 40 seconds using the Druid with the Doom and the Reaper's Toll and all that, and this was 2 minutes and 30 seconds roughly, so it's just as fast. Mercenary is using a Breath of the Dying. I just threw on the Breath of the Dying while I swapped off my Grief. Although if I put a Reaper's Toll on him, it'd be even faster. The heck, is this guy stronger than the Druid? Let me throw the Reaper's Toll on the Mercenary. Dang it. Get out of here. Faith or Mist could be good. I think Reaper's Toll is probably going to be better. Although the Faith would help with attack rating. With the Grief, attack rating isn't a huge deal outside of the boss. I can also use more of these. Don't need this Thol Rune in here. There we go. The run speed, yeah, the run speed is probably it, because I feel like I'm killing faster on the Druid. I just move a lot faster on this character. I have a 6-isted Phase Blade, I just have to swap it over. I do want to do this test again with the Reaper's Toll though. I want to see how much quicker it is. And then I'll try it without the shield. See if I can pull it off with more MF. The Wolf Howl looks kind of dumb. I wish it looked cooler. I don't like that look. But it is effective. Okay, now I got Reaper's Toll. Same setup outside of that. But I teleport way faster and I run way faster. So I think that's the difference. I may kill a little bit faster on the Druid, but I move so much faster that I think it may be outpacing him. Let's see, I'll do one more timed run here. Alright, here we go. Although without teleport, Fazl's probably going to be off doing his own thing. But that's okay. This is only players 1. But since it's a melee build, I don't think it would change that much, because I'm still going to be getting crushing blow and all that. I would probably focus down the uniques. Like, if we're being realistic here, if I was doing a chaos run or something, or any type of run on this guy, I'd probably just run through everybody, kill the uniques, and keep moving. I have no reason to kill everybody. The only reason I'm actually killing everybody is for timing purposes, but they do different things, right? So it's not really the best judge of the build just to look at these times in a vacuum. There's other factors to consider. So fast though, it's pretty cool. I like running around this fast. Pretty fun. Get out of here, minions. My health isn't really moving at all, so if we're talking tankiness, I think this guy's got it going on. The Druid was also very tanky, to be fair, but this is like a not even close tankiness level. Since I'm using the Phoenix, I think that's why. If I wasn't using the Phoenix, my health would probably fluctuate a little bit more. My fingers are starting to hurt though. I'm gonna have to change my key bindings. Can only click so many times. Okay, so this is a pretty scary looking group. Okay, now they're actually hurting my health. Okay. Just had to find the right group to hurt. With might and a giant pile of them. They actually managed to hurt me there, so. There was like a bunch of uniques in there. This run clearly had more density than the last one did. Took me longer to plow through these guys. Man catcher? Nope. Yeah, this one took me longer than the last one, despite having the Reaper's Toll, but that was just RNG. I can't imagine the Breath of the Dying making my clear speed faster. It was just pure chance, right? So much clicking? Well, there's actually surprisingly not as much as you'd think. My fingers hurt because I've been clicking when I didn't necessarily need to. You can just hold down right click and you'll attack everything. But holding down right click can be painful too. And now that they added this change, I could even put like this ability on D, and then I could just hold down D and I don't have to click ever. You just have to put your mouse over an enemy. So like I could show you. That took 3 minutes and 8 seconds, by the way. So that was actually quite a bit slower. I'm not sure why there was such a variance between that one and the first one. Well, it's because of density. Controller would be easy, yeah. Okay, so let me show you. All I'll do here is hold down D and move my mouse around. I won't actually click anything. See? So it's actually kind of easy from a clicking standpoint. Easy on the hands. Oh, there's that Duriel shell we were talking about. Let me try this one more time, except with a with no shield. See how it feels. Let me go grab my phase blade. I think it should be on my old pit zerker here. Because if I can get more magic find, then I would totally like to get more magic find here. There we go. All right, round 3. Yeah, Duriel's is super good early game especially. Okay, so now I use this here.
Phase Blade, which will give me a solid 405 MF. That's pretty good, right? Let's see how much damage I tank. That's true, and now with using this method I could hork, so I would change my skill points a little bit. I definitely wouldn't max natural resistance, and I wouldn't put points into iron skin, and I wouldn't max shout. Instead I would max find potion and find item, and then I would be horking. So just keep that in mind if I use this variety instead. So I'll just go right over here, teleport, or transform, and then bam, here we go. Seems pretty solid. I mean, if you want to come do trav runs and hork, I'm murdering these guys pretty efficiently. I didn't put any points into hork, but I would have if I thought I was going to try this setup. So, pretty strong, right? That was a pretty quick little trav run. Let's try a chaos. Did I have any game going black and bricking with certain tunes? Huh. I haven't had it yet. I've only played on my Barb and Druid though. 2 rings. Let's see. Also I got these Grand Charms from the Chaos run. Dude. Ooh, that's a lot of things. Not a lot of good things, but... Well, there are good things, just not good quantities. No, needs more. Attack rating, strength, mana, poison. Needs a few more. So then I would just usually do that, and then I would hork it up here, but I don't have horks, so let's go try out a chaos run. The reason this build I think is pretty cool is because you don't need a lot of skill points and you can still get a ton of MF and you can still hork. So for trav runs, this actually seems pretty good. If I wanted to make a trav runner and I happen to have a wolf howl, this could do. All right, let's talk to Hadriel and then I'll set the timer here. All right. Here we go. Grief and an Isted Phase Blade. Damage, of course, is going to be the same.
So you're telling me there's a chance.
But, tankiness will not be the same. Exactly. Your Amazon is dead, huh? Can't connect to it on Hell? Interesting. Well, hopefully they fix that. I know there's going to be a bunch of random bugs, but hopefully they can get those sorted out. That is why they put this out 2 weeks before ladder, of course. All right. Moving on to the next group. I do think the Druid kills faster, but this guy moves faster, so... Both solid choices. I wouldn't want to stop to hork things on the way, right? Too much of a pain to D-shift, hork, and then re-shift. In places like Trav, it's just fine, but in places like Chaos Sanctuary or Pits, that seems like a lot of work. Yeah, Frenzy Merc will be better, I think. He can't keep up with my speed. You are correct. If he was using Frenzy, maybe he can keep up a little bit. Although I would lose the Might Aura. I think I have the Might Aura on most of the time, probably. So Merc would keep up with me, but I may lose the Aura. So we'll see. I'll look out for that Aura. Right now it's on. It's still on. We'll see how often it isn't on me. Because might is a lot of damage. Can't tell if it's on while it's stuff on the ground. It looks like it's still on. Yeah, so Mercenary would probably do more damage, but I would do less damage. Unless my Act 5 Mercenary had Last Wish, which I do not have. Ah, man, almost got a Grail item right there. Yellow Mighty Scepter. Yeah, my door has a really big range. Yeah, even when Mercenary is super far away. There it goes. Alright, that was 3 minutes and 12 seconds. So slower, it was about 30 seconds slower than my Druid did, but I have 405 MF. I only had like 250 MF on the Druid, so there is a difference. And you can Hork, although I wouldn't be Horking here. So there's ups and downs, right? I wouldn't say it's not worth making, it just depends on what you're trying to do. It has its place. Not my favorite. I had a lot more fun on the Druid, I'll say that. Alright, let's go back to the Druid. Maybe we'll test out the Armageddon variant. That should be fun, right? Hey Dan, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, it wasn't bad by any means, but it wasn't as fun. And at the end of the day, that's what I care about. Okay, let me move these Gore Riders, the Ravenfrost. And hey, no free cheese samples. Like the name. Thanks for the follow. Alright, let me just put some of these MF charms in there. That, and what about some of my Mercenary? What does he got? Reaper's Toll, yeah, I definitely want to keep that in the stash for him. For testing. And do I need anything else? I don't think so. I think that's all my stuff, right? Fortitude G-Face. I don't think I really need those. Okay. Back to the Druid. Let's try a different flavor this time. How about Armageddon? Let me change my stream info. Now it's going to be Fire Wolf Hybrid. There we go. Okay. This one could be really fun. I think this one actually may be better with the shield using the Phoenix. We'll see. I'll try that first because it sounds really fun. So, also I have this Raven lore, which is +3 to elemental skills, -20 fire res. Is that as good as the Jalal's? Probably yes. We'll try that out. The Raven lore. Use this Enigma here. Use the High Lords. Gore Riders. +5 Armageddon Helm. I don't know if that'll be as good as this. -20 fire res is pretty huge. Plus, it's +3, so I'd be losing 2 skills. Or I'd be gaining 2 skills at the cost of 20 fire res. I can't imagine that being better. Yeah, I think the Meteors, I don't think it's going to be as good as the Hurricane one either. But it should be fun. We'll see. Okay, let's use a Grief and a Phoenix, probably. I don't have enough Dexterity to use the Grief. I got a respec anyway. Although I might after I stick on my Ravenfrost. Yes, I do. The weapon that does volcanoes, that is the Doom. But those are just for style points. They don't actually do a whole lot of damage. Actually, maybe I want to use this Grief because it has 40 attack speed. It does less damage, but that attack speed may be important. Yeah, I better use a dual leech ring here because I'm not using the Jalals anymore. Where did I stick that dual leech ring? I know it's in here somewhere. There. Have I tried the full summon druid? I did. It's okay. Like, you can definitely beat the game with it, but it's slower. I would say if you're leveling up and you're on a big budget, it's a solid choice. If you don't mind a really boring playstyle, because you kind of just sit back. But I think the hybrid ones, I think that's where the druid really shines right now. I tried the wind fury, and that was pretty solid. And I know summon fury is very good, probably the best of the three. And then now I'm about to try Armageddon Fury. We'll see how that feels. Okay, so I got Laying of Hands, Grief, Mage Fist, +1 to fire skills, but giving up 20 attack speed and 350 damage to demons. I can't imagine that being better. Laying of Hands just sounds like it's gonna outperform. I could try both. I feel like the vast majority of my damage isn't going to be coming from Armageddon. It's going to be coming from me putting the smack down on these guys. We will see. I'll test it this way first. Okay, now I got a respec. I need a respec token to do that. Okay. Some strength. A bunch of dexterity. I think I probably want even more dexterity than this, just for... Oh no, I'm using a Grief, so that doesn't matter. Well, let me look. Are there other weapons I'm going to be testing? I'll probably try out the Reaper's Toll and the Breath of the Dying, which I could already use. Schaefer's. Schaefer's isn't going to be as good. I'm almost positive, so I don't need that much. Don't need that much strength. Max block with a Phoenix would be really rough. It would take a lot of dexterity. I don't even know if I could pull it off. If I use a Storm Shield, I could. But the Phoenix is going to give me -28 fire enemy resistance, so I think this is probably the way to go. Plus that Firestorm on striking is actually going to be significant. A level 22 Firestorm seems really solid. Let me put a few extra points in the dex just to be safe. A few extra points in the strength to be safe. Okay. Let's see what I want to do here. Well, I got to get one into these bad boys at least. I'm not going to bother with the summoning tree at all because I tried... On the wind one, I tried the summoning tree and they just died, so it wasn't really worth it. The bear was nice, but I don't think it's worth the 5 points. Especially when I really need those points to get up to Armageddon. So what I want to max here. Armageddon for sure. Fissure for the seconds, it seems pretty important. I also want to max out these synergies if I can. Molten Boulder and Fissure. Molten Boulder and Fissure. Okay, so I want Molten Boulder and Fissure. And Fissure. And then I guess Volcano. And then I have 20 points left, which I can use Firestorm for more damage. I can do more into these skills for more attack rating. Let me see what my attack rating looks like. Cyclone Armor is almost never worth it without synergies. It's more of an inconvenience than anything. I'd be better off doing Firestorm or one of these. I'm just not sure. Let's see what the attack rating looks like. It's probably not great, but I am using a Grief, so it's not the most important. 4,600, 4,800, it's okay. But this also increases attack speed, so I like Werewolf, putting points into Werewolf. I do have a CTA as well. Let's put some points into there. Why not Fireclaw? I could do Fireclaw too. It's a good point. Let's see, Fireclaw. I'll try both. I'll try both. We'll see. Alright. Oh, I got one more point. I like Fury, but Fireclaw might be better. It's a good point. We'll see. We'll try this, see how it feels, and then we'll go to Fireclaw. Fireclaw uses Firestorm and Molten Boulder. So instead I would have to maximize Firestorm. So if I use Fireclaw, I max Firestorm out instead of Werewolf, I guess. And I guess I could put less in Fissure. I would hate to have a really short Armageddon though, that would be super annoying. Less into Volcano. There's just some decisions to make there. I'll have to think about it. Oh, let me actually gear up my bodyguard. He's using crappy stuff right now. Give him this Fortitude. What is in here? A Great Poleaxe? Okay. Dang it. Too much stuff all over the place. Let me just go ahead and roll this Great Poleaxe, see if it's even worth keeping. Do I have an Amrune? Yes. Didn't know they do something with a cooldown on Armageddon. Yeah, they made cooldowns much less annoying to deal with, for sure. Less life leech, that's true. I would still use Grief though, so I should still get a decent amount. Oh. Wait, what am I missing? To socket, it's a Amethyst? Is it an Amrune? Dang it, now I gotta search out the recipe. Can't remember. Cube. Raw rune, not an Amrune. Thank you. Raw rune. Still, what am I missing? Oh, both. Okay, gotcha. 4 sockets. There we go. Bingo. Not too shabby. I don't actually want this Superior Dust Route. If somebody wants it, I can give it to them. It's a 9 ED, 3 socketed one. I'll just stick it in here for now. But if you want it, let me know. And better hats. Oh, actually, no. With an Infinity, I can't use the G-Face. I need to use my Indies Helm. This is on BNet. Yep. Alright, let's check it out. Let's see what all my damage looks like. So my... Oh, didn't mean to do that. My Armageddon does 3.6 to 4k fire damage. A little per second. Okay. And my Firestorm, I'm not actually sure, but the Firestorm on my Phoenix, level 22 Firestorm, probably do a decent amount of damage. We'll find out. It's going to take me a minute to get the hang of. Okay, let me get my key bindings. I'll say this is going to be S. And that might be all I need. My life is pretty low, but I did put a bunch of extra points into strength and dexterity just so I could mess around and test different things, so it would be higher than this. Let me get my timer ready. First run's probably going to be slower just because I don't know what I'm doing quite yet. Okay. Teleport through here. Dun, dun, dun. Alright. Fire immunes, of course. Attacking pretty quick. There's a lot more fire immunes than cold immunes. So that is a negative to Armageddon over... The Armageddon actually appears to be moving with me at a decent pace. Better than I thought it would be. I'll check out cows too. And I can compare like how much the Armageddon is doing versus the auto attacks. You know, we'll see. My life is not as high as it could be, but it could be lower as well. 2.6k. Not the worst. Oh, gotta remember to keep casting Armageddon. Position these right there. Click. Not bad. Wind is safer, for sure. Because wind you get the Cyclone armor that absorbs 2k damage. But this still feels very viable. And this is using the Fury variety. I'll try Fire Claws too. Fire Claws, I think, if you're not fighting fire immunes, will be better. But there's a lot of fire immunes out there. And this one's going to have better physical damage. Decrepify is a little annoying. Berserker Axe, we could check that bad boy out. Not F. Yeah, this one's probably better for Chaos than Chaos. The Wind one seemed pretty solid for Chaos, but this isn't bad either. My time is still looking decent. Alright, about 2 minutes and 53 seconds. So, just a little bit slower than the windy version. And there could be some, you know, there's variance. Sometimes there's more density than others. Go check out the cows. See how that feels. $251 MF, so that's not bad. If I wanted to stack damage, I could. But I want this to be a realistic build for me. And I know I'm never going to be using less than 250. Alright, let's find that cow portal. It's got to be around these parts somewhere. Okay, here's the path. Stay on the path. It's got to be near the path. There it is. Okay. I think the benefits of the wind over the Armageddon. The damage feels more consistent. You get the Cyclone armor. And you also get the slow. There's a lot of perks to using the wind over Armageddon, I think. So I'd probably go that way. But this is very viable. Especially if you want to do Fire Claw. And I think that's kind of the theme with what they did to Druids. They made it viable. Like, it's not the best thing ever. Don't have to aim tornadoes. I'm talking about the hybrid wind fury, not the straight up wind. You don't have to aim tornadoes on that either. I was trying the hurricane Hurricane Fury variant, and it felt a bit stronger than this, I think. This is pretty good, but I don't think it competes quite as well as it should. Okay, let's see how much this does. You may remember how much the wind one did. The wind was killing these guys faster. The hurricane was killing these cows faster than this is. This is less consistent. They would have all been dead already. Because remember, it only took 2 procs of my hurricane to kill these guys on players 1 when I tested it out. I'm also way squishier. Ort rune, I'll take that. Need all the Ort runes I can get. I saw an Archon plate too. Oh, S. Well, it's a decent treachery base if somebody wants it. I think I'm good on those. But if somebody wants it, I can drop it for them. I'm afraid I'm going to die in these cows. This is much less safe than my wind variant was. I was hoping with the Phoenix... Oh wait, am I using the wrong... How long have I been using the wrong weapon? Hold on, I may have been using the wrong weapon for that. I may have been beating those guys up with the CTA. It'll be a little bit faster now. That was a mistake. The Armageddon won't be faster, but my melee will, and I won't be as squishy, for sure. I was wondering why I was getting hit so hard. Makes a lot more sense if I'm using the wrong weapon. No, not yet. Okay, wind is definitely stronger, has more weapon options. Yes, I think the weapon options on wind is much stronger. Much higher, I should say. Not charging. Well, I can't charge on a wolf druid. Oh, you mean charging feral. Gotcha. A lot of movement speed. Yeah, I move around faster. Yeah, the fire being less consistent is interesting. I do think the fire druid is going to be solid, but it's not because of its consistency, it's because there's so many options, right? If you're not doing the hybrid version, that is. Because you get to use Volcano, Molten Boulder, you get to use all that stuff in rapid succession, so even if it's not consistent, chances are decent you're going to hit them. Yes, the life leech is good. Don't get the end of the world vibe? Yeah, that's true. And this is really endgame gear too, so I think I prefer the other druid. I'm pretty sold on the Wind Fury over the Armageddon Fury. But this is dual. I could try this with Fire Claws too. I guess we should go try that out real quick before I finish all these cows up. Ah, dang it! I didn't buy a town portal. Meteor with bigger explosions? That'd be cool. Well, if you're playing straight up Fire Druid, it's not too shabby. They did help. Like it's the Armageddon's keeping up with me a little bit more than it used to, at least. New farming areas. That's true. I tested Arachne's Lair, but that's the only one I really tried. The Archon plate. Is that what you're talking about, Dan? If yes, then yes. I'll make the next game one that you could join. Slower than with Eth Reapers? Yeah, Eth Reapers is pretty nice. And Eth Reapers might even be better than this. Like, if I use an Eth Reapers over this Grief and Phoenix setup, it might be better. I could try it. Let me go ahead and make the next game. I'm never going to forget my numbers anymore. That's a thing of the past. Now that it keeps it populated. Alright. So this is Kibu 7, password 7 on Americas. I'll go ahead and drop this Archon plate. So if you want it, Dan, you're welcome to come and grab it. I'm assuming that's what you were talking about. Alright, for our respec, let's try it with the Reaper's Toll. Oh, you mean on Mercenary? I see. I can't imagine it being faster with the Reaper's Toll on the Mercenary. That Infinity is pretty huge for my damage. On me, though, that may be better. How long has Twitch channel been on the bottom left? You're not blind. Thanks for telling me about that. That's because I'm sharing my screen instead of my game screen. There you go. Good call, good call. I can always see it there, but usually you can't. Fury Summon, yeah, that's what I was going to level as, and I know it's very powerful. Okay, so let me do this. Let's try this out. Fire is slower than wind with Reapers? Probably. But fire may be stronger with Reapers than it is with the Grief. Just want to see what's stronger. I think wind is just going to be faster in general. We'll find out here. After you grab the base, exit the game, so I could do this on players 1, otherwise the testing wouldn't be even. Yeah, after I'm done with this guy, I can respec him into the summon hybrid that I actually plan on going for ladder, and I could show you my plan for what I'm planning on doing. Okay. Let's try this out with the Reaper's Toll. Teleport, teleport, teleports. Alright, here we go. This might be better than the Grief with the shield, which seems kind of odd. You would think Grief plus Phoenix would be better, but this is going to have a lot more survivability. I'm definitely doing more physical damage, and I'm attacking faster. So this is actually not bad. This feels pretty decent. I do lose my Redemption Aura, which is unfortunate. Hey, Jedrick. How's it going? I'm doing a bunch of different testing today. Right now I'm testing the Armageddon Fury Druid build. So far it seems strong, but not as strong as the Wind and Fury Druid build. That one felt better to me. We'll see what my time is on this run. I don't think it's going to be as good as the Wind one. What, rune word for 3 socket staff for a lightning build? I don't think there is one that I would use for that. I would go for, if you want a rune word for a lightning build, Heart of the Oak is probably more expensive than you want to use, is my guess, for now. Eventually you're going to want Heart of the Oak, would be good. But Crescent Moon is really good as well. And a Crescent Moon's actually good for endgame. Ooh, definitely squishier than the other ones. Yikes. I never got close to dying on my wind one. That hurt though. I had to pop a lot of potions. That was close. Yeah, Crescent Moon is probably the best bet. I don't think you could put Crescent Moon in a 3-socketed staff though. You put it in a sword. Also, I probably wouldn't recommend lightning if you're just starting off. I'd recommend cold or fire. It's going to be a lot easier for you. The Fire Claw variant of this won't be any tankier. It would be more fire damage. I don't think it's going to save this build though. I think the Wind Hurricane is just, or the Wind Fury is just way better. This is doable, and there may be some gear setups that could help this better. But that was 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So it's like 30-ish seconds slower than the hybrid Wind Fury one. And also much less tanky. And I forgot my Town Portal scrolls, of course. You're on normal. I would use, if you're on normal and you really want to stick with lightning, what's a good weapon to use? Oh, spirit. Yeah, clearly. Use a, you want to work towards a spirit and a crystal sword. So if you find a crystal sword with 4 sockets in it, then you're going to stick the runes Tall, Full, Ort, Am in them, right? I'm not going crazy, right? Yeah, it's right here. This is inside a shield, but you could stick this same rune word inside of a spirit, inside of a crystal sword, and that's going to last you until your endgame weapon, basically. Gives you 2 to skills, faster cast rate. It's a bunch of good stuff. So this is the winner by a wide margin, and it's very affordable. Just got to find that base and those 4 very low runes. That's what you're going to want. You could drop all 4 of those runes on normal. The hardest part is going to be getting the sword, I think. Finding the crystal sword with 4 sockets. You can also get a broadsword, I believe. A broadsword should do the trick as well. Alright. Do I even want to test Fire Claws? I feel like it's just going to be a waste of a respec token. I know it's not going to be as good as the other ones. I kind of don't want to. I kind of want to go straight to the summon variant of this now. Yeah, no problem. Okay, let me rename my stream because I'm going to change it again. Let's do Summon Wolf. So this is the one I actually plan on doing once ladder pops. This Summon Wolf. I think it'll work great on a budget. I think it'll work great endgame. We will see how this plays out. I'm not going to use the Raven lore. I will use the Jalal's. Enigma's good. And I think there's a lot of choices too. Like you can go focused on summons, on melee. I'm going to do more of a melee-centric one, I think. I'll keep the same setup. Reaper's Toll, Jalal's, Enigma, High Lords, Gore Riders, Dual Leech, Nosferatu's, Ravenfrost, and a Lang of Hands. Sounds like Brew's going to hook you up if you want. But you might be playing single player in that case. You got this. Once you get level 75-ish, where will you be farming gear as a Sue Wolf? Pits and Arachnid's Lair and Trav will probably be my go-to spots. Right when I get to Hell mode, if I'm too weak, then I could do Mausoleum. That's a really easy spot. Not too hard to get to. But I think Arachnid's Lair and Pits are going to be great. Because they are easy to get to. You can run there pretty quick. And they're weak minions in general. So I won't need these elemental skillers. Let's do summon skillers. I have a 42 lifer summon skiller here. A 30 lifer summon skiller. Let's put this bad boy in there. 5 strength, 22 life. There we go. Let's try this. I have more summon skillers, but I'm going to keep the MF just because I want to see how it is with a reasonable amount of MF. If I can't MF with it, then I don't really want to do it. Mercenary, he won't need Infinity. What should he use? I mean, it really doesn't matter. He could use, I have a Breath of the Dying. I'll just give him that. Doom for the aura. I'll give him a Breath of the Dying. He'll just do some decent damage. And then if he's using Breath of the Dying, he won't need the Andes Helm, so Infinity for minus defense? That's actually a good point. Maybe I should let him keep the Infinity. Okay. It's a good call. See how it feels. I don't think you need the Infinity by any means, but it'll help a little bit. The idea of going Zool for ladder as well? Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty solid. Well, I'll show you here after I respec. You'll see just how much damage it does. I tried it on the PTR and it did pretty good. Especially if I do cows, yeah. I probably won't do cows much on this build. I think if I was going to focus on cows, I'd do the wind. But if I'm going to do this guy, I'd probably focus on chaos, pits, and trav and stuff like that. Act 5 mercenary cannot use a beast. They can only use swords. But you can use a last wish and like a lawbringer to get Decrepify and Might Aura, so that's pretty cool. It would be cool if you could use a berserker and a sword though, or a beast and a sword. What am I looking for? Oh, a token, right. I have 5 tokens left, 4 after this, so I gotta start being a little more careful. Don't want to run out. Then I'll have to buy more. Which I guess isn't that big of a deal. Okay, what other weapons am I going to try besides Reaper's Toll? I could try the Breath of the Dying. And I could try Grief, but I'm pretty sure Reaper's Toll is going to be the best. So I'll just put in enough strength to use the Breath of the Dying just in case. Okay, well that's just a few points in there. Put an extra. Okay, and dexterity. I may want more dexterity just because I want to actually be able to hit them. So I'll probably put a few more points into there. Okay, and then put the rest in vitality. I can min-max those stats later. For now, this is just messing around. We'll see. Okay. So I think I'm going to be summon focused here. So let's max out Heart of the Wolverine. Probably. Let's go ahead and put 1 point into these. Then I'll max out my Grizzly. And my Dire Wolf. And my Spirit Wolf. Do I want the Ravens? They'll do a lot of damage. So probably? I don't know. What do you think? Ravens versus Fury. Do I want Ravens? If you're going straight summoner build, Ravens are the top damage, I think. But with a wolf, I'm not so sure. I may have to try both. How many times can you reset your skills? I'm using this token, which you have to spend currency to get, basically. So I can do it 4 more times. But if you don't have tokens, then you can only do it once per difficulty level. I feel like Fury is going to be strong, but I don't know how much damage these Ravens are going to do. They may do a lot. And they're going to get all the synergies. I feel like I want to try Ravens first, and then I'll try Fury after that. We'll see how this feels. Yeah, because they do 2k damage. They hit 43 times. That's pretty significant. I get my keybinds all set up. So I want Fury over there, Feral Rage over there. And then Pride and Bramble? What would Bramble be for on a mercenary? Right now I'm trying out this Druid. He's going to be a hybrid summon wolf Druid. Pride gets the concentration order. I'm not sure what you'd use Bramble for. Okay, got my battle command, that one, and then I got the wolf on 3. I think I want my raven to be on, let's see, S, so I can summon it a lot. There we go. Thornzor? Well, Thornzor is pretty, it doesn't do anything, if we're being real here. Thorns is pretty much a worthless aura. I would not invest your currency into it, unless you're doing some goofy, fun build. But Bramble's mostly used for the poison damage, but even then, people prefer Enigma over that 99% of the time. Okay. It's percent and flat. I still think it's going to be worthless, even with that. You may be doing a small amount back, but it's definitely not putting on your mercenary. The buffs they did it make it still. It's more of a meme build that you can actually do if you want to do something fun. Another meeting on a Friday. All right, let's look at my damage here. 3.5-ish K for my Grizzly, and he's never dying at 6,500 HP. And this is before my Heart of the Wolverine. Summon Dire Wolves, do 1220 to 1410. I got 3 of them. And the Spirit Wolves, which do cold damage, do 700-ish, and there's 5 of them. 3.5 is level 36. I could get more. I could definitely make some gear choices to get more points if I wanted to. Hopefully they don't die once I get started. Oh, and my Ravens do 2.8k roughly to 30, and they attack 47 times. BRB meeting. Alright. Now oh no, first I get my... There we go. I like the red from the Heart of the Wolverine, and the Heart of the Wolverine gives me... Well, first he has 1300 HP, that's not too shabby. A bunch of attack rating, damage, and a very suspicious 666 radius. 66.6. Okay. So, let's test this. Let me get my timer ready. This is my first run, so I may be a little rusty, but we'll see how this feels. Yeah, the Raven damage is pretty cool. Alright. We're off. Let me get to the Chaos Sanctuary. Here we go. Pretty solid damage. My Fury is doing up to 5.8k, give or take. The minions kind of lag behind a little bit, but they should teleport eventually. The Ravens don't lag behind, so the Ravens are actually pretty solid here. They're helping. After I do this run, timed run, I could show you like how much damage the summons do on their own. I'm not actually sure if this is as good as the Wind. The Wind hybrid may be the strongest one. I thought the summon would outperform, but maybe Wind is where it's at. I'm definitely taking more damage. Why am I taking so much damage here? I'm not sure what was hurting me so bad right there, and that was a little odd. Had to take a step back. This is actually kind of surprising. I felt like the wind was not going to be as good as a summon, but now I'm thinking it's the other way around. I think the Wind Fury hybrid might be the best of the three. Yeah, I gotta get better at charging the Pharaoh. I have Life Leech without it. I wish it was enough to keep me up. I have like 10... No. I have like 12 Life Leech without the charges, so it's not bad. Hey Trip, how's it going? You been playing Windy Druid with summons all day? Nice, yeah, especially with that enchant. I tried the hybrid Wind Fury Druid. I tried the hybrid Armageddon Fury Druid, and now I'm trying the hybrid Summon Fury Druid. And it looks like the Wind is performing the best, so far at least. I thought the Summon would be performing the best, but it looks like Wind was quite a bit stronger. Maybe I need to focus more on Fury and less on Summons. Because my Summons are kind of lagging behind, you know? They're not doing as much as you would like to see. So it may be stronger if I just go Fury with Summon support. I'll try that next. But so far, I may change my mind. I was thinking I would do Summons on ladder, but I may go Wind. Although I'd probably start Summons because it's a lot more budget. The Wind one required a lot more gear to get going. Versus this, which would probably work fine with a budget setup. This isn't even as fast as the Armageddon one was. Could just be coincidence. Am I doing something wrong? What's going on here? Why is this so much slower? My ravens are gone. I gotta summon those back. I don't have the gear for this character up yet, since this is all brand new testing. You could see the gear for all of my regular characters, but right now I'm doing a whole bunch of testing, so I don't have all this gear up. But I will show it after I'm done with Diablo here. Okay. Alright. Oh no, I thought that was an amulet. Got excited for a second. Arm it. I don't care about that. Finishing work. Nice, nice. Sounds reasonable. Thanks for coming in. Alright, so I'm using a Reaper's Toll, Jalal's, High Lords. They did fix Mana Burn. Really excited about that. Enigma, Lang of Hands, Ravenfrost, Nos Coil, Blood Grip, and Gore Riders. Maybe I should be focused more on the summon, like with Arachnid's Mesh and stuff. But I'm not sure. That was definitely not as strong as the last few builds. The weapon is an Eth Reaper's Toll. And that took 4 minutes, which is too slow compared to the Wind. I was doing a Chaos run in 2.5 minutes, roughly, on the Wind variant of this, which was much quicker. Which makes me think this isn't the way to go. My rings are Ravenfrost and a Dual Leech ring. I have Nosferatu's, which gives me 12% or 13% lifesteal even before Fatal Rage. So let's try a more melee focused build, because that didn't feel quite right. Not quite there. Like, I think the gear setup is pretty solid. Maybe instead of Nosferatu's I could use like a String of Ears, but I would have to see what my attack speed is like. I feel like Nosferatu's is very solid for this build. It has everything that I would really like. Attack speed, lifesteal, slow target, 15, strength. All of these are good things for me. So, okay, let me just try respecking to a more melee-centric. Okay. Yeah, like on Furry Druid, Nosferatu seems like the way to go. Okay, and get some points in the dexterity. And maybe even more into dexterity, just for some extra. I'll get enough for a grief. There we go. The rest into vitality. Although if I use a grief... Okay, I'll have enough for a shield. Good. Vitality. Alright, now I'm going to do a more melee-focused version of this. So I'll still max Heart of the Wolverine, I think. I'll max Werewolf. I'm not going to max Lycanthropy. That's just HP. I don't need HP. I'll be fine on that. And that seems like wasted points. I will max Fury, though. I'm not going to max Rage either. That seems like wasted points to me. I only use that to build up a little bit of walk speed mostly, but if I do that, then I'm just a straight up Fury Druid at that point. I'm not really a hybrid. Summon Elemental, and you... Wait, playing Zoo. Go Summon Elemental and use all plus skills. So what are you using? Like, Hurricane? Hurricane summons? That could be good. But the problem is there's way too many synergies, right? I think at that point you're mostly a Wind Druid, because you can't max out like all these and these. So you're pretty much a Wind Druid at that point, which is strong, no mistake. Wind Druids are really good. They may still be the best, but they may not be the coolest. Okay, let's max out Heart of the Wolverine, and then I have 20 more points to spare. So now I have to pick which pets are my favorite here. Well, bear does a lot of damage, so probably bear? Or maybe wolves. Okay, well the dire wolf does more damage, right? So I could use dire wolf and grizzly. But the grizzly only the grizzly doesn't get increased damage from dire wolf anyway. But the spirit wolf does. Okay, you're doing the other way around. I was thinking you were a windy druid with summons, but you're a summon druid with hurricane. Gotcha. You can summon all of them, yep. I'll show you here in just a minute. I think I'm going to go with bear and dire wolf here. Alright, and that's just enough points. Yeah, he'll lag behind a little bit, but so will the wolves, kinda. I guess the wolves kind of teleport to you. Or no, only the spirit wolves do the teleporting, not the summon dire wolves. But the spirit wolf damage is kind of not great, comparatively. Okay, let's try this. See if this is better than the last one. So far, Hurricane Fury Hybrid was my favorite. That may be what I end up doing. 1 point to synergies and rest in Cyclone Armor. Yeah, Cyclone Armor will help with the whirlwind length, right? So it's pretty important. Alright, let's see how this looks. So now I'll have... Let's look at the damage of all my stuff. I have a bear that does 3.5k. I have these dire wolves that do about 1300. This is before Heart of the Wolverine, of course. The spirit wolves probably aren't even worth summoning. But I'll go ahead and summon them anyway for style points. They'll probably die. There we got one of those. Ravens aren't worth summoning. Okay, then I'll do that. Let's see what my damage distractions exactly. Okay, Fury, and that's true. I actually tested that +7, the Earth Shifter Maul. I tested that off on PTR, and it was actually pretty nice. It wasn't as good as the Reaper's Toll was, but it was pretty cool. Okay, now my attack rating is way better because I'm Fury spec'd, and my Fury damage is much higher. So let's see how this feels. I'll do a timed run again. I'm sure it's gonna beat the last one, right? It's gotta. Okay, and we're off. Yeah, the Fury did a little bit more than 8k. Well, there's my summons just chilling in the back. I actually tried a fire. Thanks for the follow. I actually tried that. It was my last build. I tried a Armageddon variant. It was actually a lot weaker than the wind one. It wasn't bad. Like, it was faster than the last one I tried, but it wasn't as good as a hybrid Wind Fury was. So far, hybrid Wind Fury seems to be really strong. Although I'm smashing these guys as a Fury focused here. Okay, I'm going to have to take away a few seconds because I'm goofing up here trying to grab this small charm. Right now I'm using an Eth Reaper's Toll with a Zod rune in it. Summons aren't doing a ton. But these are extra points. Like, I don't have a ton of stuff to use those points on. Yeah, Fury Druid with a party of leechers behind, pretty much. Maybe just straight up Fury Druid. Non-hybrid. That's the way to go. I could try that too, see how the time goes. Although the wind one might just straight up be the best. I feel like my times are the best on the wind. The wind hybrid, that is. My minions are staying alive. They're tanking some hits. Get back here, you. Okay. I'm convincing myself more and more. Wind hybrid may be the way to go. Although I think just straight up Wind Druid is going to be the fastest. So same as it used to be, it's just even better now because you get better summons. That's probably the best way to go. My bear is over there. He's going to help me for Diablo maybe. Alright, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. So, not bad. It was about 24 seconds slower than the Wind Hybrid variant. But not too shabby. Check it with enchant, just for fun. Yeah, sure we can. It definitely won't be a balanced approach. But we can mess around and try some enchant. Go to Kibu 8, password 8. There we go. I'm wondering if I'd be better off just going straight up Fury but like, what else do I do with my points? I can get more HP. That's not really going to speed things up. Get like a vine. Yeah, I think the hurricane one is the best choice. Alright, let me go ahead and summon my dudes here. I don't know if you can enchant a spirit, that'd be funny. Alright, we'll see how this feels. Now I have a super enchant, so it should be way stronger. Do, do, do. Alright, well the fire immunity enchant's not going to change much here. But you could see my damage here. It's now up to 14k, so that added an extra 6k damage. Everything is fire immune in the Chaos Sanctuary. It's not going to make a huge difference. This isn't the greatest spot to test enchant. I actually don't think it's going to change my time much, because most minions I like 1 or 2 shot, and you can only 1-shot somebody so hard. Although my minions... Let's see, the minions can be 1-shotting everybody, right? Yeah, now the minions can 1-shot everybody. Act 5 Mercenary with Grief and Lawbringer. Yeah, that's a good solid choice, I would say. Grab this jewel. Although now I think about the last run, that was like in 3 minutes and 9 seconds. I did waste like 5 seconds trying to pick up a small charm, so it wasn't actually a full 30 seconds slower. It was more like 25 seconds. I still 1-shot most things. So I think my time is going to stay roughly the same here. Yeah, thank you for the lurk. Infinity does help with the lower defense. The aura makes me hit more often, so it's actually not a waste. I mean, I guess I could use a second Reaper's Toll for double Decrepify, but it doesn't seem necessary. I'm not really sure. What the best is probably like a Pride or a Faith. Probably better off going with an Act 1 Mercenary using Faith or something along those lines. Okay. I think I'm gonna get the exact same time as I did as the last one. Alright. That was 3 minutes and 11 seconds. So I actually did it faster without the enchant, oddly enough. Mist, yeah, Mist could work, for sure. Concentration damage. Either way, it seems pretty clear to me that the wind variant is the strongest. Out of everything I tried, the wind one was the most powerful, and it didn't even matter which weapon. I tried it with Breath of the Dying, I tried it with Reaper's Toll, and Doom, and all 3 of those had very similar clear speeds, and they were all faster than this. So I think what I'll do for ladder, I'll probably start off doing summons, and then I'll swap to wind after I can afford it. I need a decent weapon. I think I'm going to respec back to Wind Fury now, so I'll show you. Yeah, exactly. I think I'll show you. because I'm going to respec back now, because this is going to be probably what I'm going to be playing for the next few weeks, this wind variant. Do I think it's as fast as the regular Wind Druid? Probably not, but it is cool. It's probably like 10 seconds slower than the regular Wind Druid, and I can get less MF on it. So the Wind Druid's probably just straight up superior. I'll probably end up speccing to like a Wind Druid eventually, but for now, let's enjoy some fun new stuff. I'll equip enough strength to use my Doom, and yeah, as long as I have enough to equip my Doom, I'm good. Okay. Thanks for the follow, Frosty. Appreciate that. Okay, so how much strength do I need? I need 144. Okay, so I just need like one. There we go. That's enough strength. And dexterity, I needed like 80. Okay. Wind Fury is okay, mainly destroyed a little. Well, you'd be surprised at how much extra cold damage this is. I'll show you. It's a lot more than you think. I'm doing quite a lot. I was able to two-shot cows with Hurricane if I had my Doom on. I probably want a little bit more dexterity than that. Maybe I'll just throw a little bit in there. There we go. Rest into Vitality. Okay, in the build. Oh, actually, no, there's one more thing I want to try before I go back to my main build, which is going to be straight up wind and Fury. My regular build is going to be maxing out these four, but I want to try out a variant with this Wind Hammer here, utilizing this new buff to Twister. So what they did to Twister, they said Twister now gets a 20% increased stun duration for each point in Arctic Blast. So if I max out Arctic Blast and I use that hammer, I should get some pretty wicked stuns, right? It sounds pretty fun to me. I want to try it out. Let's do it. Max out Arctic Blast. Twister. I don't even have to max out Twister. I just need 1 point into Twister. Okay. And now the stun is 2 seconds long. But it doesn't just stun what I'm hitting. It stuns everything it hits. So it stuns the whole group, pretty much. Okay, and I think that's all the points I need for there. The rest of them can go into Fury. So this is a mostly Fury-based build. This may just be a meme build, but I do want to see it play off. So I'll try it out. Okay, what else do I even want to put points in? Oh, you know what I do? Actually, there's more points. I want to max out the synergies here. So it gets points from Tornado and Hurricane. So I do want to max out Tornado and Hurricane. There we go. Okay, and the rest in Cyclone Armor. Okay, so Hurricane only has a 14-second duration. I'm not actually going to be using it. I only put points in there to get the synergy bonuses for that. So we'll see how this feels. I will use a Wind Hammer, which I need more strength for. Dang it. Alright, well, round 2. Let's try this again. Here goes all my tokens. I only got 2 left. I'm going to have to go trade for more. Okay. Let's try this one more time. I need 225 strength. You have a token I can have? Well, let's see. I may not need it. I'll probably trade for some more. There we go. And I need... I guess that's all I need, right? I'll put some into Dex just so I don't miss as much. The rest into Vitality. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one. We'll see how this feels. I don't think it's going to be as good as the straight up cold version, but we will see. I could put less into Fury and get a stronger Hurricane. Like I can actually use Hurricane. That's probably actually better, right? We'll try that. See how much points I can get into it. If I put less into Fury, I could max out my... Well, it only does 1,000 damage. I think I'm better off into Fury for this one. Did I try the Fireclaw version of Reaper's Toll? I did an Armageddon Fury hybrid. I didn't do Fireclaw, but I felt like they're going to be similar enough, it wouldn't make a big difference. The Fireclaw gives more fire damage, Fury is more physical, but I was one-shotting most minions already. The problem is Armageddon just seems kind of unreliable. The wind felt stronger. I do gotta max out Werewolf, and I guess I'll max out Fury. Okay. And I guess I could put 1 point to Oak Sage. If it lives, it lives. Now the Windhammer. Let's check it out. Oh, I gotta make a new game. Kibu 9. Password 9. If he dies, he dies. I'm not resummoning him a million times. I know he's gonna die, but I had an extra point, so. Alright, so now I got... What am I doing? My Cyclone armor is still not bad. 758 damage is okay. Oak Sage only has 348 HP. He's dying for sure. Alright, let's try this out. Teleport through. Ah, dang it. Hold on. Forgot to start the timer. Go back. Alright. There we go. Now I'm teleporting through. Got a nice little stun there from the Erders. Ah, crap. I forgot to set my skills. Okay, I'm going to have to add a few seconds. Actually, I don't even think it took that long. Okay. So now you see these little tornadoes, and you see they're getting stunned. Let me find a big group so I can try to stun some more. Not only do they stun, but they do decent damage, because these are fully synergized twisters, right? So they do decent damage, and they stun. You can see those guys, yeah, they're just sitting there. It's a 2-second stun, so it's actually working as intended, it looks like. It's not bad. Now these are twisters. They're coming from the Windhammer. Tornadoes are the larger ones that don't stun, but they do more damage. The reason I'm not using Hurricane is because it only lasts 14 seconds, and that's a huge pain. Now this guy's physical immune, so he's actually going to be problematic. I don't think I can kill him. Physical immunes are going to be not ideal on this character. I'll just skip him. I would say this is a great budget variant. Like if you find a Windhammer, you can pull this off. But I think at the end of the day, the other version I have is going to be stronger. The one with Hurricane and Doom. But for only a Windhammer, this isn't too shabby. Pretty safe with all the stuns. Pretty funny because no one's actually doing it. There's a Spired Helm. Oh, I never made a Grail prediction of the day. What if I found it? Okay, I'm going to predict Nightwings just in case I find the Nightwings. The day's almost over, but it would have been funny if I found it. Oh, okay. I guess the size is just going to be right on top of me here. Ouch. That hurt. Do, do. Okay, no minions over here. And this one's not even as fast as the other straight up Fury was. Oh well. It was a fun experiment. I wanted to try it out. I am getting the stun, so that's pretty cool. Getting a nice stun here. But it's not as strong as the regular Hurricane variant of this build, which I'll show right after this. I have one more respec token, so I gotta make it count. If I mess up, then I'm gonna have to trade for some. I had like 9 when I started. I used them all today, messing around. Alright, yeah, that was 3 minutes 54, so that was definitely slower, but it was worth a shot. Now let me go to my actual build that I plan on using for the next few weeks, which is a bit different. Okay, so I need at least 144 strength and 80 dexterity. Yeah, the Phoenix not interrupting is really cool. There's a lot of cool things that I could think of. Like if I was playing a hardcore, I would probably use a Storm Shield on my Fury Druid now, which isn't something you really wanted to do before because it would stop you, but now it's pretty solid. Okay, put 1 into those. Now for this build, I'm going to max out Hurricane in its synergies, Tornado, Twister, Cyclone Armor, and then what's a good merc and set up for a Zoo Druid? If you're just going straight up Zoo with no like hybrid or anything, I would probably use either like a Fanaticism Mercenary or a Concentration. So like you can use an Act 1 with a Faith Bow, or an Act 2 with a Pride, or an Act 1 with a Mist. If you use Act 2 with a Pride, you can also get the Might Aura, which would be good. Or you can go for Act 5 with Decrepify and Might Last Wish if you're rich. There's a lot of choices. There's a lot of good stuff you could do. Okay, and I think I want to do Werewolf over Fury because it gives me attack rating and attack speed, and I think that's more important than attack rating and damage. Maybe. It gives me more attack rating, which is more important. I get 10% attack rating per level of Fury versus 15 for Werewolf. Although I guess I could look and see when the attack speed starts to slow down. Getting 1 point, 1 point, 1 point, 2 point. It doesn't look like it's slowing down. Okay, now it's 0 points. So maybe I should just put 11? 12? Okay, it's going back up. Maybe 14, and then I could put the rest in Fury. Budget. On a budget, I would do an Act 2 Mercenary with a regular Reaper's Toll, if you can get that. If that's not budget enough, an Act 2 Mercenary with Might using a like Obedience or just any big two-hander weapon will be your best bet. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, I think this is what I want to do. Let's try it out. So now I'm going to be using... Why do I not have... Oh, I got to put my stats in, of course. Strength. And I needed... How much dexterity? 80. Good, good. I still think I want a little bit more dex for attack rating purposes. Ooh, 1,000. Nice and even. Rest and vitality. There we go. Hopefully I didn't make any mistakes. Doom. I think Doom is my favorite. Reaper's Toll is also very good. And Breath of the Dawn is also very good. I feel like all three of those I had very similar clear speeds. So. Let me get my elemental skillers back. And summoning skiller. Summoning... Oh. Okay, elemental, elemental. And do I have another? Ooh, 15 life elemental. Oh, wrong one. There we go. LE skillers with faster run walk? Yeah, that could be cool. I would totally use some of those bad boys. Alright, and then a bunch of MF. So I have 251 MF. I'm rocking a Doom, which you can see this Doom rolled pretty well. Perfect minus 60 cold res. I got a Jalal's, High Lords, Enigma, Laying of Hands, Ravenfrost, Nosferatu's Coil, a Dual Leech Ring, and I actually don't even think I need the Dual Leech Ring because I get 5 mana after kill. I could just use like a BK ring, and I think that would be better. I know I have a BK ring somewhere, but I don't know where. It's hiding on one of my characters somewhere. I'll have to find it later. Okay, and I'll show you all my damage and stuff here. Let me make a new game and then I'll show it to you. Alright. So with this build, my Hurricane, you actually want to swap. Before you use Hurricane, you actually want to swap to your Spirit and CTA because you'll do a stronger Hurricane. After I shout, my Hurricane does about 2100 damage. And then keep in mind my Doom has minus 60 cold res on it, so that's pretty powerful. I have a Cyclone Armor that absorbs 2.4k damage, so much tankier than the last build. I don't have any summons, which is different. Last time I was using some summons, I felt like I could use those points better elsewhere, but we'll see how it feels. Maybe I'll regret that, and I'll change my mind. Well, I guess I do have, no, I didn't even put one into summons, okay. Well, let's test the speed on this one. Oh wait, hold on, let me put that on S. Put that on D, okay, teleport's on A. And let's go. See how this compares. Earlier this was faster. Okay. And I'll show you like how much the Hurricane by itself does too. This is going to be a timed run, so I'm going to go as quick as I can. But after that, I'll like go to cows and show you. You could see the Hurricane does quite a bit. It's actually better for me to focus these cold immunes down and ignore the other ones sometimes. And my Hurricane lasts like 50 seconds, so it's pretty good. There's a Monarch Shield. I'd like to grab that. Grab. Okay, I could take off a few seconds because that took me forever. I swap to my CTA before I cast Hurricane like that. So it lasts 50 seconds. I only have to do it a few times per run. Like, watch this. I could just stand here. Well, okay, there they go. I'll have to come grab that hat too. I'll probably forget. Hopefully I don't forget. But like the Doom Knights and the Ghosts, they just die to the Hurricane. And if I'm doing something like Pits, my Hurricane will kill everything. Don't have to worry about it. I could just walk around if I want to. And I get this cool looking volcano. Oh, gotta remember to cast Hurricane. The volcano doesn't do much besides look cool, but at the end of the day, looking cool is the most important thing, so. Easy peasy. Don't gotta kill everybody, but I will kill most of these guys. Thanks for the follow, Broken. Appreciate it. I've been doing some Druid testing most of the day. I think this is the one I ended up on as being my favorite. It's a wind hybrid fury druid, and it's quite powerful. I've been averaging roughly 2 minutes and 40 seconds chaos runs, and it seems pretty consistent. I've been pretty consistently getting 2 minutes and 40 seconds on this build in chaos. And right here, that was 2 minutes and 38 seconds. So in 2 minutes and 38 seconds, I finished a chaos run on this hybrid Hurricane Fury Druid, which is faster than I was able to do it on a hybrid Armageddon Fury. And it's faster than I was even able to do on a hybrid Summoner Druid. I thought hybrid Summoner was going to be the best. Oh, yes, hat. Thank you. Appreciate that. I totally would have forgotten. You know me quite well. My memory is very bad. Okay. Let's see if I got a J-mod first. I didn't. And a hat. Oh, bummer. Well, I got a Boazon Skiller. Maybe, I don't know if people are using those nowadays. Alright, so let me show you how this looks like the damage on its own, right? Yeah, if the summons, if I could teleport as a wolf, I think the summon version would be GG. I think the wind variant hybrid is going to be the best. I think a straight up wind druid is probably still stronger, especially now that you can have stronger summons. But this is way cooler, so yeah, let's see how it looks over here in one of these new level 85 zones. So if I was going to go to... Boazon got buffed, yes, that's true. I still don't know if they're going to use the Boazon Skillers, though. They usually want, like, max damage, faster run walk shenanigans. Okay, so I'll do that. Alright, so first off, I'll just show you how my Hurricane does. I won't even attack these guys. 2 ticks. These guys just die. I just have to walk around. It was 2 ticks for cows, too. I remember. 2 to 3, but depending on the cow. So how lazy are you? Do you want to just sit here and do nothing? Because you can. After the Hurricane runs out, I'll show you... Ooh, a ring. I'll show you how much damage it does without the Hurricane, so you can get both ideas. Manald. Exactly, if I get some facets, if I had a Nightwings instead of a Jalal's, maybe I can get this to 1 tick. I gotta find that Nightwings. Okay, so now I don't have Hurricane. And you can see how much damage I do to these guys physically. Not too shabby, right? It's pretty good. My resistances are not capped. They could be better. I could cap them if I wanted to with some different gear choices. I'm focusing a bit more on MF because I do want a lot of MF. But if this was purely for an efficiency standpoint, I would definitely cap the resistances and whatnot. But I do have pretty good lifesteal and overall survivability. The good thing about the Druid is my Cyclone Armor absorbs 2.3k damage, and it's all elemental damage. So resistances are actually less important for the Druid if you have Cyclone Armor. Okay, there's Arachna's Lair. Where else do we want to see? I can go check out some of the 85 areas now. Have a good sleep trip. Catch you next time. Yeah, let's go play around in some of these new 85 areas. So I think I gotta pull up a list to see all the new ones. I don't have them all memorized. Let me open up the launcher. I think Stony Tomb. Yeah, we can go to Stony Tomb. Thanks for the follow, Calorian. Thank you. Stony Tombs, no cold immunes. The good thing about this one is even if they have cold immunes, I don't think it's gonna matter. But let's check out Stony Tombs. This is one of the new little 85 areas. I'll go to all of them so we can see them. This is later than I usually stream, but I'm having fun with all this new stuff, so I'll go a little longer. Yeah, Arachnid's lair seems pretty legit. Okay, so I'll teleport till I find it, and then I'll swap over to my... Oh, that was quick. Here we go. Let's kill him. These guys die even quicker from the hurricane. I could just walk around and they'll get popped. I could also smack them for good measure. Dude, I better start picking up full rejuves. I've been slacking on my full rejuve picking up because I was trying to go faster for the timer. I don't know what zones I'm going to farm the most. Probably Arachnid's lair and pits is my guess. But we'll see. I may just go everywhere because it's fun. Alright, there's 2 floors to this place, which is nice. Give them the smackdown. If I miss enough clicks, then they'll just die by the time I hit them. I'll try out the red portals. I think the red portals are better if you have a faster teleporter. Like if I'm playing on my Pit Zerker, for example, and I'm going to kill Thresh Socket, like Pit Zerkers tend to do sometimes. On the way to Thresh Socket, there's that red portal, and you could stop there for a free, like, 2 to 5 unique kills. I don't know how much they buffed it. I'll check it out, though. Summoning Armageddon Tornado needs more, I think. Martial arts. If I use Hurricane without swapping weapons, it only does 100 less damage, so it's not that big of a deal, depending on how lazy I'm feeling. Alright, Stony Tombs is down, easy peasy. Oh, another circlet. Almost missed it. Good thing I happened to take a step back. Okay, well, wasn't good. Chance for Volcano is higher. It looks cool. It doesn't do a lot of damage. It's only a level 18 Volcano. It's just for fun. For a Fury Volcano build. Isn't there a weapon? What is the weapon that has a ton of procs on it? Like a Rift or something? I'm drawing a blank. There's an option to always show item. Yeah, I have that open. I still miss it. Destruction, that's the one. Thank you, Ziggy. Let me look at Destruction real quick. See if that has anything I would want. Destruction, Rune Word. Okay. For a Vex, the low price of a Vex Burr in a Jaw, you can get 23 chance to get level 12 Volcano, so that's pretty low. 5% to get a Molten Boulder, not that great. 23, which is okay. Yeah, I can't see this being worth it. It seems quite bad. Unreasonably bad for how expensive it is, in fact. That's why no one makes it. Okay, what's the next area I want me to check? The red portals? Alright, let's go check these red portals, see how they look. Alright, see if we could find them. I'll stop by here for a second and kill these guys real quick. Alright. And back to teleporting. Let's find these red portals. I probably wouldn't farm the one in Frigid Highlands. Rift is 16 NATO and 21 orb. Okay. Still probably not ideal. Okay, here's the red portal. We'll count the unique minions in here. See how much we could find. What's my quest log doing? Oh, I haven't freed the soldiers yet? Okay. So far, no minions. Here's a few. None of them unique though. I thought they said they were going to improve the density in here, but this still seems really bad. No uniques. Surely they have a few, right? I don't see myself coming back here. Probably stop by the one on the way to Thresh Socket, but this seems out of the way and there's not enough. They said they were going to increase the density. Were they not? Were they lying? I don't know. Because there's like nothing in here. Here's one. There's Night Eater. And okay, just one. And I mean, if I'm killing the Eldritch, whatnot, there's two. And I happen to see the red portal, sure, I'll stop by. There's three, okay. Three is okay. None in there. Dang it. A little annoying for non-teleporters in here. Alright, there was three. I wouldn't recommend coming here. With only 3 unique minions, and it's kind of tricky to get to it, I wouldn't recommend that one. Let's check the other ones. Although to be fair, it might be like 3 to 6 and I got unlucky. I only did one test. Okay, so this one, I could see this one being more useful. Because if you're going to farm Thresh Socket anyway, then you head up to Thresh Socket, and you won't always see it on the way, but a solid like maybe 50% of the time you will see it. Okay, well there's Thresh Socket. Immune to physical and cold, so I guess I'll just leave them there. I didn't see it, so if I was farming Thresh Socket, I'd probably just skip it. But if I saw it, I'd stop. But for testing purposes, I'll continue to hunt it down. Acheron, which one is that one? Is that the one in Plateau? I don't have them all I don't have the names of these places memorized. Alright, where is it at? It's inconsistent. Sometimes you'll find it on the way to Thresh Socket. Sometimes you're never going to find it. So I wouldn't target hunt it, you know. I would just do it if you happen to be in the area and you see it. Because I don't even see it and I've been teleporting around for a while now. Using all my mana potions trying to find this place. What the heck? Where is it? Did I miss it somewhere? Over here maybe? It's hiding pretty well. I am not finding it. Usually, yeah. But I don't see it, unless I missed it. Where's the waypoint? I lost the waypoint at this point. I came in. I headed toward Thresh Socket. Wow. Bad RNG, I guess. Oh, interesting. So there's actually a way to know. Okay, that changes things. Okay, so I'll go to the waypoint, which is here. You said if the waypoint is close to the top, it's down. And the waypoint is, well, it's not really close to the top. It's actually close to the bottom. Then it's up. Well, I went up. Let me check back here, because I checked up and I didn't see it. There it is. Maybe, is it always right by the waypoint? If it is, then that changes everything. I thought it was random, but if it's always right by it. Alright, I'll check that again then. I teleported around for no reason. Alright, well let's see how much minions are in here. Okay. We got... It looks like there's more density in this one. So far, at least. No uniques over here. Cold immunes, fire, poison, cold. No physicals that I've seen. There is a champion pack and a unique, so there's 2. I'll count the champion pack as 1. You speed ran it and it had a good amount? Yeah, so there's 2. I wonder how many total. Did Blizzard just release the numbers? Probably not. That'd be too easy. If they told us how much was in each one, that'd be ideal. Three. And I don't see, there's no lightning immunes in here, right? So if you're a lightning sorceress or whatever without infinity, this could be pretty good. There's not many spots without lightning immunes, so this may be the spot you want to go. Density doesn't seem half bad in here. So far only 3 uniques that I've seen. But I'm sure it fluctuates. A chest. Is that all of them? Okay. There was only 3 uniques this time. It could fluctuate though. There was more density than the last one. I don't know if I'd come here specifically, but I would come here if I was farming Thresh Socket and it was on the way. That's probably how I'll treat this area. Exactly. If it's close by, go ahead and snag it up. If not, then maybe skip it. Alright, where's another? Isn't there another red portal somewhere? It's in Glacial Trail, maybe? Or is it in the Frozen Tundra? They actually posted how much uniques are in there? Interesting, interesting. 3 to 4, okay. That's not a lot. Where's this posted at? If you could post that link on the Discord, that would be real cool. Stony Tombs has more. Oh, on the Diablo wiki? Okay. Let's see. Diablo wiki uniques per area? Is that what you searched? No. Unique packs per area? I'm not seeing it, but oh, you search for the specific. Okay, gotcha. Okay, you gotta search each one. I see. Okay, I know there's another red portal somewhere. I don't know where. I think I better just pull up the list of all of the little new zones. I should be able to find that without too much difficulty, right? I did Abaddon and Pits. Isn't there not a third one? I thought there was 3. Maybe I'm getting it mixed up. I know there's also Icy Cellar and Drifter Cavern, right? I can go try those bad boys out. Okay, let me pull up the notes real quick. I have them up now. New level area changes. Okay, there's only 2 red portals, I guess. No, Infernal Pit. There is another one. Where's the Infernal Pit at? Let me Google that. Infernal Pit, Diablo 2. It says it has, yeah, it's a red portal. It's in the Frozen Tundra. And does it tell me how many minions are in there? No. Well, I'll go find out. Okay, Frozen Tundra time. Now, I don't know where it is. There may be a way to find it quickly, but I don't know the secrets. 3 to 4? Okay. Well, if there's a way to find it, which I don't know if there is, but I'm sure someone will figure it out. Hey, Hostile, how's it going? Alright, Red Portal. Reveal yourself. I don't see myself farming this one at all because it's kind of out of the way. And there's no other reason to come to Frozen Tundra. Oh, I tested like every sort of variety of Fury that there is. Well, I did test it. No, I didn't actually test a straight Fury. I tested a Armageddon Fury, a Hurricane Fury, and a Summon Fury, and it's not letting me in here. Okay, there we go. And they said they increased the density. I don't know if it... But my favorite one is the Wind Hurricane Fury Hybrid. That's what I'm playing right now, so you can see it. It's pretty powerful. You can see here, I'm using a Doom weapon. I'll show you my gear after I kill these guys. These guys I don't even have to attack. They're just going to get killed by the Hurricane. For Wolf Druid weapon, it depends. Are you talking about for just a straight up Fury Druid? Probably Reaper's Toll. Yeah, the IES breakpoints is probably going to be a little tricky. I don't know if they've figured everything out yet. Maybe the max roll calculator is working. I'm not actually sure. I usually just use the calculators. 6, nice. This one has a bunch of nice little small minions in it. I tried out, on this guy I'm using Doom. I tried Doom, I tried EBOTD GPA, and I tried Eth Reaper's Toll, and they were all very similar in timing, like plus or minus 10 seconds. So similar that I would say they're fairly equal, but they do different things. Like the Doom has better AoE, the Reaper's Toll has better survivability and physical damage. And actually I'd say Reaper's Toll and EBOTD do very similar things, but they're both very solid. Doom is my favorite for style points, because then I can run around and not attack, you see. Because my Hurricane does like 2100 damage, and then the Doom gives me minus 60 enemy cold res. So it's pretty legit, and I don't have a key, so I guess that's going to stay locked. Which weapon are you using? I may have already tried it, depending on what it is. 5 or okay, so I guess it's volatile then. Anywhere from 3 to 6 is what it sounds like. Oh yeah, I'd love to test an Eth Tomb Reaver. Yeah, I don't have one of those, so that would be great to try it out. I can make a new game and you can bring it. That was one of the ones I wanted to try, but I couldn't because I didn't have one. I only had a regular Tomb Reaver, unfortunately. Kibu 10, password 10. And I could do a chaos run. I've been using chaos runs as my benchmark. I've been averaging about 2 minutes 40 seconds using the Doom and the Eth Reaper's Toll, as well as the Great Poleaxe. But the here, I'll come to Act 4. Let me make some room. There we go. Now I have room for it, I think. Alright, let's do it. A Zod with, holy cow, bro. This thing's insane. Okay, let's see how this does. I feel like this might be the winner, but oh, let me get my charms back out. I think you're going to be just fine using this weapon. This thing looks bonkers. Make a new game? Oh, right. Okay, let me make a new game so I can get my time consistent, and then I'll come back to this one and give it to you. Good call, good call. I think it's still going to be real good. We'll see if it compares with the Doom and the Reaper's Toll, but I think you're still going to be... And not only that, but this thing has MF on it. So, like, this is the one I really want because I like MFing. Now I have 328 MF, which is actually where I want to be. So, very, very happy with this weapon choice. I think this is maybe the one I want, but let's see. We'll see how the timer goes. This is a Ethereal Tomb Reaver with 3 sockets, so very expensive. It has a Zod, and I'm thinking 2 1540s in it, probably. Very, very nice weapon that NJX is graciously letting me test out here. Okay, I'll start the timer as soon as I talk to Hadriel here. Okay, and we're off. Never find a Zod. You're more likely to find a Zod than you are to find this weapon. Alright. Let's check it out. 35, 15, 30. I mean, that's close enough. Essentially the same, right? Yeah, usually I don't go this long, but I'm having too much fun, so... After I'm done testing all the 85 areas, I'll probably take a break here. I'm definitely smashing them, right? It's definitely not slow. My cold damage isn't as high, but that's to be expected. And I should get some cool reanimated minions too, right? Eventually. I don't see any, but surely I'll get some. And JX, you're probably real happy about that. I'm super happy about all the werewolf changes, but you were playing Fury even before, so this is a good day. A lot of fun stuff going on here. Where's all my reanimated minions? Oh, there's one. Nice. So now I got that little skeleton. He'll help me out by walking menacingly towards them. Yeah, I think Wolf is in a great spot now. Exactly, may as well. That's why I'm doing this hybrid build. It's super fun. My Hurricane does like 2k damage. So far, Doom has been the fastest, but now I'm trying a really GG weapon. We'll see if it can compete with the Doom. Yep. When I'm using my Doom, the AoE Hurricane kills most things in 2 ticks. It won't kill the big beefy ones, but it will kill like these ghosts and the Doom Knights and all that. So, very solid. I feel like most of the big weapons that I've talked about, Reaper's Toll, Breath of the Dying, Doom, they all kill Chaos in a very similar speed. So I feel like you have options, you know? Which is nice. Options are always good. Nah, I started off using the Oak, but it just died all the time. It was really annoying, so I stopped. 2 minutes and 34 seconds. So that was actually 5 seconds faster than my Doom was. But it had 75 more MF. So, yeah, pretty baller. Here, now let me go give you your weapon back. Although this is going to be more expensive than a Doom. MF and Res, yeah. I think this is the one I would try to get. There you are. Thank you for letting me try that beautiful weapon. It's on the ground for you. Yeah, okay, so that's kind of my goals here. At the end of the day, I think that Tomb Reaver is the one I would like the most, just because of the MF and the clear speed seems to be reasonable. I tried a regular Rib Cracker. I didn't try an upped one. If you have an upped one, I could use that for testing. I did try Reaper's Toll. It had a very similar clear speed to both the Doom and the Breath of the Dying. All 3 of those hovered around 2 minutes and 40 seconds. It's variable. It usually goes like plus or minus 15, but they're all roughly similar. Oh, you have an F? Wow, you got one of these too. Okay, hold on. Let me try this bad boy then. Alright, we got an upped Rib Cracker. This is the next test. Let's see how this performs. I'll even repair it for you. Okay, be right back. Let's make a new game. This one could be exciting. So Rib Cracker used to be one of the best in slots. Can it compete anymore? We will see. Yeah, 150. So I'm probably at cap, right? Regardless, between the Ribcracker and the other ones. So I could get rid of some attack speed stuff. Like instead of Nosferatus, I could probably use String of Ears or something. But I'll just leave it as is for now. Alright, let me reset my timer, and here we go. Let's try some Ribcracker action. We probably want to replace the Shale Rune with like an ED Jewel or something, since we don't need as much attack speed anymore. But we'll see how this feels. It doesn't feel as nice, I don't think. At least so far. I feel like that Tomb Reaver was popping more damage. And I think the Doom was as well. It's definitely not weak. Like, I'm still plowing through these guys. Exactly, yeah, you used to have to. Now, I don't think it's the best weapon anymore. Tomb Reaver was in a similar boat, but I think Tomb Reaver is still really good just because it does so much damage. And the MF is really nice, and the red, it just has a lot of really good stuff. Yeah, EBOTDGB, I had similar clear speeds with that too. So you can really use all of them. Oddly enough, NJX, I don't know if you were in here in time, I even tested some more budget options, like the Windhammer. And it was very good. I was able to clear with the Windhammer in about 2 minutes and 50-ish seconds, which is like 12-ish seconds less. I mean more. So for a budget, you can really get the job done on this character. I didn't have an F Windhammer. That would be pretty fun to try. There aren't many of those around though. I could probably go trade for one. 4-piece IK set, that could be real good to try. Oh, and you know what else I tried that was surprisingly good? It kept up with all the other ones. So it kept up with the Doom, the EBOTD, as well as the Tomb Reaver and all that. Was an F Executioner's Justice. Like, no one even thinks about that weapon, but it was actually really good. You get the Decrepify procs. It does really big damage. It's a very solid weapon. Yeah, it was actually quite nice. Someone let me borrow it. It didn't have a Zod rune in it, so I was a little afraid. But I didn't break it, and it was quite nice. Very solid choice. That one could be our secret. We don't have to tell everybody about that. Keep the price of the Executioner's Justice down until we get it. Right now you can get it for like a pull rune or something. Maybe a little bit more. For an F one, probably a bit more. But and that was 2 minutes and 58. So this was actually quite a bit slower than the other options. Unfortunate. So I don't know if Ribcracker has much of a place anymore. Maybe with a different setup. But I'm not so sure. 5-piece IK set? I don't think I have one of those. I have IK armor, but I don't have the rest of them. Here's your Ribcracker back. I was definitely over the max IAS with the Tomb Reaver. I'm pretty sure. Zod Om would be better, I think, yes. Or maybe like a 40 ED with something else, like resistance or something that you could use, you know. I think as far as damage goes, I think Doom is my favorite because the massive style points and the cold damage is really nice. If I was talking for what I actually want to use for magic finding, Tomb Reavers I think is the way to go. And just to show you, you don't need an Eth Tomb Reaver. Like, Eth Tomb Reaver with 3 sockets may be GG, right? But I have a regular one here that I can't use, so I can't show you. But if I had enough stats, I could use this regular one, and it's still pretty good. I'd probably Be an extra like 10 seconds on my time. 40-15 max. Oh yeah, if you can get one of those, that'd be really expensive though. 90 IES base and 150. So yeah, we'd have to use a calculator. I'm definitely not smart enough to figure all that out. No matter. Let's try out some of these other 85 zones that I haven't gotten to. Exactly. It seems all the really good weapons that you'd expect to be good tend to hover around 2.4 to 3-ish minutes. So pretty solid. Which 85 zones have I not tried? I've tried the 3 red pits. Let's go to Drifter Cavern, which is in... Where is Drifter Cavern? Drifter Cavern. Icy Cellar? Okay. Got hiccups. Icy Cellar, which is in the Glacial Trail? Okay. Probably quite a bit more cold immunes down here, but that's okay. See if I could find it. I wouldn't be surprised if there's ways to find this quicker, you know, like teleporting in a certain direction. But since these are all new zones, I don't have anything like that memorized. But I'm sure we'll figure it out eventually. Someone in the community will figure it out. Oh, there it is, Drifter Cavern. Alright. I was looking for Icy Cellar, but I guess I picked the wrong one. This place has some dangerous minions, if I remember correctly. Here's a champion pack. Give me some full rejuves. Okay, champion pack, a unique minion, another unique minion, so that's 3 so far. This place is pretty good. I think this place is pretty good as far as the amount of minions you can get in here. I think you can also get dolls though, you gotta be careful. Right? Can't you get dolls or souls? Another champion pack, so that's 4. An evil urn, nice, 5. I'm using Enigma. I like the magic find plus the teleport, so that's why I'm using Enigma. Ghost Spear Infinity. A man catcher is going to do you better, but a Ghost Spear is a solid choice. See, that teleport's quite useful. Even if you're a wolf, it's quicker to unshift and then teleport and then... Oh, and another champion. Okay, so Drifter Cavern is quite nice. If you could handle these guys. Why Mancatcher? Mancatcher because it's the fastest, and you'll get more procs of Crushing Blow. So that is why usually you'd want that one. The sword that I spoke of before that I tested a sword. I tested Grief. I tested... What other swords did I try? I think Grief might be the only sword I used that I can recall. Yeah, I don't think I had any other swords. Let me check my stash to be sure. I tried a Death Axe. As far as uncommon things, and players 8 where Crushing Blow isn't as effective, why wouldn't... I would think it'd still be just as good. Oh, Executioner's Axe. Yeah, that was the one that was weird. I also tried stuff like Windhammer. I tried this Cranium Basher. Cranium Basher was a little slower. It was about 3 minutes, give or take. And I tried this yellow Thunder Maul that does a lot of damage. And that was actually pretty quick too. It was roughly 3 minutes. And I tried Schaefer's, which was similar. They're all kind of similar. I can't actually test players 8 since I'm on BattleNet, but I'm assuming this would be just fine. Okay, so there's the Drifter Cavern. Where's Icy Cellar? Yeah, the Executioner's Justice, that's the one that has Decrepify. And it's really high chance too. 50% chance on kill. So, quite impressive. Icy Cellar is in the Ancient's Way. Yeah, no one's gonna predict the Executioner's Justice being good. It's a shame I used my other one to make an Iron Golem, but whatever. I didn't try Earthshifter. I would love to try an Eth Earthshifter. Oh, actually, I should rephrase that. I tried an Eth Earthshifter on the PTR, but I didn't try it on, what's it called? I missed an Evil Urn? There's also just a ton of dudes right here. But this isn't the 85 area. I could still kill them. A non-Eth one? I could try it out. Let me kill this Icy Cellar, and then I'll come and snag it and do another test run real quick. I think it's going to be similar to everything else, is my gut. Hey, Heisenberg. I'm assuming that's Heisenberg. Welcome. Thanks for the follow. Alright, let me find this Icy Cellar. I don't got to kill everything in here. There's a Frozen Tundra. Yeah, the +7 to Ellie is going to be nice. Whoa! I don't know if it'll be as good as the -60% damage, though. It might be. It's tough to say. My teleport isn't the greatest. Alright, Cellar, where are you hiding? Over here? No. Is it really going to be the last spot I check? It sure is. Nope, it's not there either. Lovely. Okay. Found it. Now we're in the Icy Cellar. So this one has souls. So this one is kind of dangerous. You gotta be careful. And dolls. So I wouldn't recommend this place unless you're a tough dude. Look at all them dolls. I don't really want to mess with them. They're kind of scary. I'll let Kasim kill the dolls. I do have Cyclone Armor to help with the souls, so those don't bother me. The dolls, though, they're pretty dangerous. Some physical immunes. I think this place is more for a fire build, like a Hydra would be good here. Someone who could stay far away and be safe, you know. It's pretty scary, minions. Yeah, Lawbringer and Oath. Very solid budget. I'll probably do something like that when I'm leveling up. Cold immunes, Crystal Sword, darn. Grab these full rejuves. I mean, there seems to be a decent amount of minions in here. It's just they're scary minions, so you gotta be careful. You don't want to kill yourself, right? These guys are physical immune. I'm not sure why I'm punching them, but either way, they'll die to my hurricane if I just stand here for a second. Yeah, the Unbending Will seems like a pretty good budget one. I don't know if I'd use it. Well, it's cheaper than Oath, right? So I think Oath is probably stronger, maybe. But it's more expensive, so... Yeah, exactly, as Miswell says. Okay, Icy Cellar? Okay, dangerous, but decent density. Okay, I could try out that weapon, see how that feels. The Earthshifter weapon, right? Stick this in my stash. Do I have any room? Oh, I gotta make room. Oh, no, I have room. Oh, shoot, I can't actually use it. That's a lot of strength. I would have to respec again. I don't know if I want to respec again. I have a hunch it's going to be very similar to the other ones. But I ran out of tokens, so I can't respec right now. Yeah, probably not worth it. It'd probably be similar. Alright, what's another 85 area I could check? Yeah, you could use an ethylene bending wheel. That's a good point for a mercenary. True, true. Okay, there's sewers. Do I want to go to sewers? I guess. I'll try sewers. Y'all convinced me. Will the shield and phase blade be viable? Block is no longer a mess, so shield and phase blade is definitely viable. It was slower. I tried a grief with a phoenix, and I cleared just a little bit slower. It was about 30 seconds slower. But if you use like a grief and a storm shield or something, you'd probably be maybe 35-ish seconds slower, but way tankier. So if you're worried about surviving, it could be a good choice, I think. Like on hardcore, you probably end up using that storm shield. Maybe. Alright, let's find the sewers, and if I find the little areas on the way, then I can do those too. Because now every single temple is 85, right? So this one, for example, 85. Well, I think Rune Temple was already 85. But it's 85 even harder. Okay, let's kill some Night Lords. If I find materials might inside the Rune Temple, wouldn't that be hilarious? Okay, let's go Bile Maul. I mean, there was like 3 unique mobs right here. That's actually not bad at all. That's pretty impressive. 4. In this tiny temple, there's 4 unique mobs. I'm sure it's variable, but that's pretty nice. I could totally go there. Ring? No. Boots? I'll probably just drop this Boson skiller in town. If somebody wants it, they can take it. Oh, and that's not even it. There's more in here. If there's another one, that would be pretty cool. Okay, empty. I'm going to check all the 85 zones that are new, and then I'll call it. I've been playing quite a bit longer than usual. Alright. Let's find the sewer. Here's the sewers. Let's see if they actually increase the density in here, because I'm not so sure. Sewers I would not recommend for a wolf without teleport. It's kind of rough. You see it's kind of... and there's dolls. But I can kill the dolls safely from right here. So that's kind of funny. See if they actually increase the density in here or not. I'm sure there's a decent amount of uniques. It's just so big. Okay, there's one. Ice head. Kill those guys from across the pond. That's the safest way to do it. Easy peasy. This actually isn't that bad. Here's another one. There's 2. Sure, I could do chaos. Sounds reasonable. These guys are still kind of scary. I don't really want to mess with those dolls too much. I think there's actually a decent amount. I think they may have increased the density in sewers. This does not seem bad at all. Although I'd probably prefer doing it on somebody who could teleport. This seems pretty decent. Is Fire Druid viable? Yes, it is quite solid. I think the hybrid builds are stronger. Well, maybe. I don't know. I didn't try a straight fire today. I think it depends what you want to kill. Like if you're doing cows, I think the fire is just going to be stronger. But if you're doing something like this, the hybrid's probably better. Sewer seems not half bad. I probably come farm sewer sometimes. You just gotta watch out for dolls and you're good. As long as I run away from the dolls, not too shabby. And then if you find level 3 sewers, you get the chest and whatnot. If I was on a teleport character, this would be even better. I think a fire sorceress would be ideal for here. Hydras. But you can see not being able to teleport is kind of a pain. I have to swap out back and forth. And I don't actually know where sewers level 3 is. I haven't seen it yet. I mean level 2, not level 3. Oh, okay, that's... I'll just stand a little bit ways back while the dolls die to my hurricane. No need to go and get exploded there. Oh, more dolls. Focus everything down but the dolls. I'll take a shell room too. It is large, so if you don't like going to a lot of zones, at least you can run all over the sewers. Ah, there it is. Level 3. I don't think there's actually any minions in level 3. Yeah, I thought you could be sneaky. I see you over here. Small charm. There we go. Oh, no. Get back here, small charm. Can't click it. There we go. There's a bunch of chests down here on level 3. I don't have a key, but that's alright. Bunch of locked ones, so be sure to bring keys with you if you're coming in here. Collium's heart. Excellent. One for both of us. Alright. What's next on the list of new little areas? Oh, I better repair my weapon here. What's in here? Oh, if you want this Boazon charm, I'm just going to drop it in Act 3. You're welcome to come snag that up. I don't need or want that. Repaired. I am in Kibu 10, so if you want it, Kibu 10 is the way. Or it looks like maybe NJX wants it. Okay, what's the new zones? There are... well, there's all the temples. I'm assuming the temples are all fairly similar. The temples actually felt okay. If you could teleport really fast, farming those temples doesn't seem like a bad idea. Swampy Pit is brutal, but I guess I'll show y'all just so you can see it. Swampy Pit is very dangerous. Don't come here unless you're very brave. All you have to get there is very simple. You just come to Flare Jungle. Right? Flare Jungle? Then yeah, you go to this little bridge, and it's just right here. There are dolls and very tight corridors in here, so you have to mentally prepare yourself. Be careful in here. Yep, see, there's some dolls. So take a step back, let the hurricane kill them, let Fazzle take care of them sometimes. And there's gloams too, so like, look at all those guys. That's such a scary pack. Those guys will mess you up. My Wind Druid died in here. It was like the only place he's ever died. Because look at that. You just teleport right on there and that's the end. You can hide behind the wall. If you're very careful, it's not bad. Level 2. I think each level has them too. It's not like you can just get past them. Yep, see, there's more. Fanaticism dolls, even scarier. Okay, well these guys I can kill. Dire Wolf. Are there any classes that don't struggle against dolls? I'm trying to think of some that you'd be safe coming in here with, but I'm struggling to think of somebody that would come in here and not be at least a little worried. Summoners? Yeah, I guess a summoner could do it, but you're not perfectly safe, right? You may think you're kind of safe, but if you're a summoner with an enigma and you're teleporting around, if you teleport on a group of dolls and your summons kill them, you're pretty much dead, right? Because they're going to pop and they're going to AoE you down. That's what killed me on my Windy. So it's not as safe as you would think. Still scary. A summoner not using teleport would be very safe, but also not very fast. So it's kind of a rough spot. Immortal, maybe Immortal Sorceress, I don't know. Maybe, that could be the answer. Like a Nova? That may be the solution. Come in here with a Nova Sorceress that's just super tanky. Now that they fixed the mana burn. Did they up the time for the dirt pile? The Hurricane? No, it's the same. It's about 50 seconds. There's a chest in here somewhere. It would be cool if it was longer. I wish it was like 2 minutes or something, but it's okay. And it's only 50 seconds if you max Cyclone Armor, right? Like it's a base of 14, which is super low. Yeah, I didn't see the chest. It's hiding from me. Maybe it's right over here. No? Did I miss it? I must have missed it. Or I clicked it and I forgot about it. Okay, well that's Swampy Pits. Not my favorite. There's a decent amount of density. It's just scary density, so... I've already showed Arachnid's Lair. Arachnid's Lair is very good. I'll go back just for fun, because I actually do like Arachnid's Lair. I'll be farming this place more than a lot of other places. It's just right by the waypoint, so it's easy to get to. And there's nothing scary in here. You just walk around and take it easy. Talk to people in chat while Hurricane kills things, you know. I don't even have to attack these guys. I could just walk over here and say, how's it going, guys? Think you'll be able to bow and tele as wolf? I've been doing it today pretty successfully, I would say. I usually only teleport to get to the zone. And I feel like I can clear most zones before my battle orders wears off. Tesla got a bit of their damage back, yeah. They buffed him, and then they nerfed him, and then they buffed him not quite back to the original, but closer. So yeah, Tessadin's going to be stronger. So is the Holy Fire variety. I still have my Tessadin. I can hop on him, but not today. I'm starting to get really hungry here, so I'll finish up these 85 zones, and then I'll go eat something here. I love me some Arachnid's Lair. Excellent. I could just teleport. Sometimes it's easier to D-shift and teleport than it is just to run around. A Grizz set with 5/5 fires. Maybe. I feel like the caddy is overkill for attack speed. But it may be good. It's worth a shot. I have a Grizz set offline, but not online. Alright, so that's Arachnid's Lair. What else do we got? There's Stony Tombs. I already did Stony Tombs. Okay, I guess I did everything then. Except Underground Passage level 2. But I think we all know no one's going to Underground Passage level 2. That one's a meme. Meme location. We're not going there. Oh, you have low resistance on your Tesla? Yeah, it could be tricky. It could be tricky. Alright, well I think this is the build I'm going to stick with, probably. Yeah, if you're on the way and you're questing, then go ahead and do Undergrounds level 2, but I definitely wouldn't go there. I'll be playing this guy a bit for the next few weeks until ladder. Should be fun. Hey, Got Milk. How are my skills on this Druid? This one is a hybrid Wind Druid, not just a straight Wind Druid. But this guy, he's using maxed out Cyclone, Twister, Tornado, and Hurricane. I got 14 base points into Werewolf, which was, I put him in there until attack speed kind of started slowing down a bit. And then I also put 8 points into Fury. Yeah, I'll have to get this gear uploaded so y'all could see it more easily. And I didn't put anything into summoning. At first I put stuff into Oak Sage, but he just dies so quick. It was getting annoying, so I just left him out. So that's what I'm doing for now. Oh, Chaos. Yeah, let's finish this up with a Chaos run. And then I'll raid somebody, and then we'll be good. We're gonna double wolf it. Looks like you're a summoner version, and I'm a wind version. Yeah, this is pretty strong. I'm able to do Chaos Sanctuary in about 2 minutes and 40 seconds on average, with about 250 MF. So, not too shabby. There's a small charm. I was hoping to find a grail item while I was doing all this testing today, but I guess not. I didn't really find anything good at all, now that I think about it. That's okay. It was still fun. It was fun, well, even though we didn't find anything. I may mess around to try to get a bit more MF on here. We'll see. Or rune, I'll take that. I need to use it to repair my weapons. I found out Executioner's Justice is a very solid weapon for this build. That's true. That was very surprising. An Eth one. I'm sure a non-Eth one would be good too. You'd probably just give up an extra like 5 to 10 seconds. I made an offer for one, but that guy never responded. Or if he did, I missed it. Maybe I could trade for a cheap Executioner's Justice. That's kind of hard to say. Executioner's Justice. There we go. Lots of wolfy boys around here. I feel like Decius is spawning over here now more than he is over here. But this time he spawned correctly. I'll probably stick to Chaos, Pits, and Arachnid's Lair maybe on this guy. Those three seem like they're probably the best choice. Cows is also good, but I don't really want to kill cows, so I won't go there. Let's get him. Looks funny. Playing patty cake over here. Alright, don't need any of that. Alright, let's see. Who is streaming? This is a lot later than I usually go, so I tried Fist of Heavens on the PTR, but not live. I know it's very strong. I would say it's S tier. I don't think many builds are going to beat Fist of Heavens. Alright guys, thanks for hanging out with me. Hopefully you learned a thing or two about all the druids, because I played a lot of druid today with a little bit of wolf barb mixed in. So a whole lot of wolf action. Either way, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll probably be playing my hybrid wind druid again tomorrow, just because now I'm just going to be straight up MFing, right? I'll see a few other gear options. But yeah. We'll go ahead and raid Milk Door. Oh, I better go to his channel before I raid him, otherwise I won't actually be able to see his response. There we go. I'm sure I'll do more testing, but I'll have to think about what I want to do next. Maybe Leap Barb, I don't know. Either way, I'll catch you guys next time. Peace.